like string-based mathematical data conversion and logic functions, right? So that's what we discussed. So apart from that, we have also talked about like how to build our own custom cleanse function, one within Hub Console itself. So that's where we have created user-defined library. Within that, we explore three options. One, build a plain graph function with predefined or custom defined input ports and custom defined output ports. And after that, we have also talked about how to build a regular expression where we can supply input expression and output expression and see the matches and no matches. After that, we've also talked about cleanse list, which can help us in order to perform the data standardization. So in this, we talked about it would take 6 input ports, but 2 mandatory. Rest of them are optional, and 3 outputs. This is what is input and output of cleanse list. I think we talked about with the different examples, right? So with reference table, without reference table, I think we talked about it. Yeah. So after that, we could able to carry out unit testing uh, by supplying some sample input data. Same thing, we could able to get it invoked in the top level mapping, which is cleanse list standardization. Yeah. So that covers what you call end-to-end flow of understanding cleanse list, right? And after that, we started off getting into like how to write our own custom code uh, from programming perspective. So that's where I think we talked about adding our own library, which we call Java library. So by using what? Add Java library. So, so in that, what we did was, so we could able to import what we call Java library, which is built by somebody, or we have also built it, right? So we could able to browse and get the jar file, and after that, we have seen list of cleanse functions that we have within that jar file. So in that we understood what whichever Java file that has got two methods, namely get descriptor and cleanse, then only we can call that particular Java file as what cleanse. Java file can be used as cleanse function. Remember that. The rest of the Java files can be used as what helper classes with the corresponding helper methods and properties. Yeah. I think we have seen that examples, right? Like a CV address, it has got dependency with BDD CV function class. Within that, we have seen what we call pre-built redefinitions like string-based, integer-based, boolean-based, whatever. Plus, we have also seen common functions like a valid indicator related method plus uppercase or even empty case or whatever. So whatever common functions or methods that are required, we can place them as part of a common class. Yeah. So that's where we have used BDC function class, and we have used those functions or some of the functions that we have under BDC function class within CV address that you have seen it. Yeah. And how we could implement the Java code within get descriptor method to take care of input parameters and output parameters. We have seen that by using plunge function descriptor class, we can create an instance of it and fill the descriptor object to take care of both inputs as well as outputs. I think we have seen that. And after that, we have also talked about plus method to perform uppercase conversion and also date check like a start date, end date. Yeah. So both valid case and invalid case we talked about it. Yeah. That's about Java stuff. And after that, we've seen how to compile, how to look at the class files, how to create a jar file. Yeah. And we could able to verify whether jar file contains all the relevant classes or not. Yeah. So which covers end to end. So which means we understood the one-to-one correspondence between what we have inputs and outputs in the hub console against with what we have under Java code. I think we have seen clearly, right? And we've also verified this functionality in new testing environment, and we have also checked it as part of what mapping also. So that covers end to end, like how to write a Java code, compile, create a jar, integrate, then get it even tested, and use it as part of mapping and run and look at the result as part of relevant target table. I think we have seen that end to end, right? And yeah, so once we are done with that, the next step is what we can also integrate another option, which is IDQ library, like Umang was trying to talk about. So this way, you can just specify what you call port number, service name, and URL library name. So using which we can just integrate third-party library. Yes, as you were saying, this there is some definitely a performance over it, because there will be a to and fro operation will take place between MDM hub and third-party clutch engine, right? Example IDQ. So there will be some bottleneck, but anyway, it's a marginal, so you can just ignore that. Yeah. So to avail the functionality, then we need to integrate. But yes, that's a fact of the matter. Fine. Now the next step is what within this particular, yeah, on today's session, we are going to talk about leftover topics and the staging layer. I think we did not talk about how to perform data detection and data archiving. So we'll talk about it quickly. After that, we will get into what you call loading layer. Yeah, that's a plan for today's session. So let me try to talk about some of the theoretical points that we all need to understand before we get into what practical stuff. I think yesterday we spent whole day for practical only, right? Today let me talk about some important concepts. Yeah. Yeah. So we talked about what you call staging layer, but did we talk? Yeah, this part I'll talk about later, like how to register ORS. Yeah. So did we talk about what you call the list of tables that we all need to remember in MDM Hub, right? So let us talk about it. Very important concepts I'm trying to cover in the morning. So after that, we'll get into some hands-on, which is very easy thing. Huh? So look at here. So in order to understand MDM, first we need to understand different types of tables or different types of top level tables. Yeah. Then only we can get into the detailing of MDM Hub. So that's what we're going to see with more details from backend perspective. Yeah. The first and foremost table is what? Base object table. I think we have already used it in order to build a model. And then landing table, that also we have seen it to get the data from external source systems. As staging also we have seen it. So we use it for what? To store output of what? Plans or non-plans, whatever, right? So that's where we use it. We use what? Staging table. An XREF table, we talked about it, but we have not done any example. So this table, it has been designed to take care of data lineage, which means from this source system or from what are the source systems the record has come from, that will be tracked by using what? XREF or cross-ref table. And history tables, so history table is a vast term actually. So vast topic actually, because history, if needed, we can enable at base object level or cross-ref level or control tables level. So yeah, if needed, we can enable. If not needed, we can just by default disable. Yeah, to keep a track of all the previously processed records for multiple runs. Yeah, and match key table. So match keys are fuzzy keys or probable keys or tokens. These are all synonyms, guys. So what do we expect from here? So the result of tokenization process, which means we take input data, divide that into what? Multiple tokens by using what? SSA encryption algorithm, and result of those will be stored as part of a separate table, which we call match key table. Just remember that line, we will see. Yeah. Why SSA algorithm? Why not other encryption algorithm like MD5, CRC, whatever, or why not plain textual based generation of keys so that anybody can understand. So we can ask many questions when it comes to match keys. Let us see that later. Now, the next is what match table, where we could able to see matching records in case if we have any matches. And then external match table. So this will be used as a test bed environment for loading part before we load the actual data from staging to base object table. So you can just carry out testing by looking at the data in external match table. After that, we can take a call whether to load the data onto a base object table or not. You know? So we got some more tables. We'll see later. And temporary tables for, as the name suggests, we'll use it for temporary operations. Like for example, we've already done data cleansing, right? Yes or no? During that time, in between, MDM is going to make use of temporary tables and also some caches in order to perform staging operation. So same concept holds good even in what other layers like load, match, merge. Yeah. So this modeling part we have already discussed. Then let us talk about this particular schema manager. I think this also we have already seen it. If you take any base object table, yeah. So as we all know that corresponding xref table would get created, and all the columns that we can see in the crossref table, similar to base object table, plus not all, most of the columns here. And rest of the columns are related towards source system. Peak is source object, row ID system, SR's last updated, this source last updated. So rest of the columns are derived from the base object table. And then, yeah, I think we talked about CREPA system. What does it contain, guys? I think I've already said it. Yeah. I think you all could able to hear, right? Or I'm
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
to
So
myself.
Yes, so this is contain the systems, which is whatever system in our we have configured.
Exactly. Yeah, I think we talked about now systems and trust tool, right? Where we could, if we add n number of sources, right, source systems, right? They all will be stored in this particular table. So we can call CREPA system or MDM system, MRM system. So both are same, or centralized system. All are same. There's no difference. Yeah? Now on the right side, we could able to see history tables, but so they're optional. You can see optional, right? Because if enabled, so we can look at the data here, or else no. Yeah. So next, yeah, next is what we've also seen the relationship between two base object tables. Yeah, so like customer address in this example, I think we have done similar example as part of model, right? Corresponding cross-ref, and both the cross-ref tables are pointing to CREPA system. Why base object tables are not pointing to CREPA system? Can someone answer this question?
so because the base object does not contain the actual system, it is contain the updated system. So that's why
Yeah.
it should not be pointed to
Yeah.
repository.
So, yes, the right answer is what, as we discussed just now, there is a xref table and costref table, right? Why we need that? To take care of data lineage. So on what basis we carry out data lineage? Source systems. That's the primary reason. Why? XF tables will have connection with what? Source systems. Because source systems will have it in serial system, right? Yeah. So what you said is also right. That is most recent or last OID system. I think we have seen. We talked about when we talked about base object columns, right? Last OID system, which will have what? Most recent OID system. Anyway, that's a different story. But the main concept here is what? To take care of data lineage, we have to have the connection between the crossref and the source system, which is serial bus system. Yeah, fine. So this part we know it. I'll skip this. This we know. This we know. This we know. Yeah. Now look at here, guys. I think I talked about it. Can someone try to answer what does this particular slide talks about? Yeah.
Data types.
Yes, type system. So MDM type, and see MDM supports what are the databases, guys? One, Oracle. Second, DB2. Third, SQL Server. Remember that. Yeah. So only 3 database it supports. Yeah. So now we can see on the left side MDM and the right side Oracle and DB2 corresponding types. That's it. So I think we talked about 3 broader types when we have done some examples, right? So that's it. Now let us try to talk about what I call column properties. I think we've already seen. Okay, physical name, trust. I think I talked about all of them. Puttable, I think we talked about. What is a puttable? What puttable does, guys? Yeah. Puttable.
So
Updates.
Insert
update, insert update,
Updates.
put,
Updates.
put
Yeah.
enable.
That is, yeah, for system columns. For what? Based on SIF requests. SIF means what? Through web services or through external applications which are built based on the SIF. Yeah. So that's fine. So now this relationship part, I think we know it. So this also we have seen it. So also we have seen it. Forget about this. Yeah. So next, let's go with what the another topic, which is going to be. I think we talked about it. I'm trying to recap from what you call theoretical point of view. Yeah. So because why I'm trying to do this, because in MDM, right, we should be good in concepts, not with respect to tool. Tool anybody can do it because there's a manual. So now let us talk about.
Hey, Narasimha, before we move on, a quick question. So the lookup tables, right? Is it necessary to have the value into the lookup table? Meaning, in some other tools, like I have seen concept where value table and check tables are different. Check table can act as value table, which can also be called as lookup table probably. So
Yes.
basically in the drop downs, if I talk about the field on the screen on E360 maybe, right? In the drop down, you will have values from the lookup table, but uh, at the same time, system should allow to take some other value as well, which is not there into the drop down or say lookup table, right? Do we have that concept available in MDM, or it's other way around where there has to be a tight coupling between the lookup table and the foreign key relationship?
Yes, we have that concept even in Informatica MDM, but we need to customize. By default, we don't have it. We can just customize. That is possible. Yeah.
Are we
But
going to talk about that?
Yeah. Yes, I'll do that. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Fine. So now look at here, guys. If you take any table, like a landing table or a staging table or base object table or any other table that we have within this MDM hub, we'll have what? 2 types of columns. One, system defined columns, and second, user defined columns. For example, in base object table, we have seen 13 plus 1. This means 1 means row ID object, 13 means audit columns, plus we can have business columns or user defined columns. I think we talked about that. Then if you take a what you call landing table, last update date, and rest are all what user defined columns. If you take staging, I think we have seen like peak source object, OID object, upstate indicator. There are system columns, and on top of that we can have user defined columns, which can be mapped from landing to staging. I think yeah. Likewise, for every table that we have within this MDM hub, they will have these two categories, system and user defined. Yeah. Now, yeah, if you look at this particular what you call one table at staging, right? So I think we have seen these columns, right? So we focused on peak source object. And if you want to load the data from using row ID object, assuming that we get the row ID data from the landing, if you want to carry out the load based on this row ID object that we have in the staging, right? Then we can also get it mapped to this. Yeah. But for now, we have used peak source object, and rest of the columns, I think we all know that. Yeah. And yes, these columns, I think I did not talk about it. Anyway, we will talk about them when we talk about what you call lookup. Yeah. Let me just give the description. Lookup system, which means which indicates which source system can be considered as what lookup. And lookup table, that I think just now he was trying to ask question, where we maintain what key value pairs or name value pairs, country code, country name, all that. Yeah. So allow null update. Remember, guys, by default, not null will have highest precedence over null. For example, in a staging table, if you have got not null, but in base object table, null, then when you try to load, not null data will get loaded. But other way around, not happen, which means if the staging table contains null data, let's say incoming latest data, and existing BO contains, let's say, not null data. In that case, when you try to load with this data, right, then what happens? So it will not load because not null will have highest precedence. Yeah. But let us say we don't care about whether null or not null, but whatever is latest, that need to be taken care to take care of updates. In that case, we need to enable the checkbox, which is what allow null update, which means we can load the data onto a base object table, which is inclusive of what null. That's what it means. Similarly, this is for allow foreign keys. Same concept. This is for keys, nothing else. But when you try to build a lookups, then all this null foreign key would come in, or else it is not. Yeah. But the concept is exactly similar to what we discussed over here. Yeah. Now, I think these properties, I think we talked about it. Name of the tables, source system, reserve source system keys, but we have not done examples, but we'll do it when you talk about loading layer. And the highest reserved key, this I didn't talk about it. So remember, guys, so highest reserved key, let's say we define 100. Yeah. Now, this is applicable when we enable preserve source system keys. Remember, then only this property will be enabled. Let's say we enabled it. For what? I think we talked about it. Reserve source system keys, right? Just to recap, right? So if we enable that, we are going to preserve source system keys, which can be loaded onto a row ID object instead of pre-built row ID object values. I think we know that, right? So during that time, it will make use of reserved key. Let's say if you have defined 100, in case if preserve source system key values are more than, let us take more than 100, then what happens? What happens? Can you guess? So it would make use of pre-built row ID generated values, which means we can define the range by using what? Highest reserved key, which are derived from or which are based on what? Preserve source system keys. That's it. And data table space, index table space, I think we talked about it. Cell update also, I think we talked about it. Just to recap, let's say if you want to perform compare and update, let's say we compare the data for each column in cross-ref table. If the change happens, update would take place. If there is no change happens, update would not take place. That's a default behavior. But that's a behavior with the cell update. The default is what? Even if you have same data also, update would take place. So that's where if you enable cell update, that we can avoid updating the similar data for any column. So that's one thing. And next is what audit trail and delta detection. So that we are going to say. So this is for data archival. Delta is for to capture what you call the changes. Yeah? I think last two properties, right? Yeah, that's it. This we know. I think I talked about it, and we talked about this. Yeah.
Narasimha,
Yes.
one query on the preserve source system keys. So it should be compatible with the char 14, right? If you want to store it in the provide object.
Yeah. Normally we use integers. Yes, char 14 we say, but we use integers. Yes, you are right. Char 14 is a default. It's MDM, but we maintain integer values. You got it, right?
Yeah, got
Okay.
it. Thank you.
So,
Fine. So yes,
Narasimha,
please.
one question actually. So, during stage landing to stage, we discussed about this delta detection, right? Uh, there is also, I believe, a concept of hard delete detection. So, are you going to talk about that?
Yeah, we'll see that. So hard, hard
SDD.
delta detection. So soft delete and hard delete. There
Yes.
are two concepts, right? We'll see that. Yeah.
Oh.
So that probably will come when we talk about when we try to perform any deletions in a base object table, class-ref table. That time, if I talk about it, it makes more sense. So that you can compare the difference between hard and soft. Right?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. So yeah. So I think we talked about cleansing, right? So pass through without any cleansing, cleansed with some functions. I think we've already seen that. Yeah. So broadly speaking, we perform these two operations, guys: decomposition and aggregation. Decomposition means split, right? Aggregation means what? Combine. That's it. That's what I think we do, right? Any cleansing stuff. Broadly speaking, yeah. So example, aggregation concatenation based on 2 or 3 or 4 columns, whatever, right? Decompose split, like full name, divide that into what? First name, last name, surname, and salutation, whatever, right? Those things. Fine, and this is an example. So, okay, this is when we know, right? Syntax, like how to drag, drop, I'm not talking about, right? So this we have done. Yeah, this is a row ID part. Can you see here? So if you have any row ID column from the landing table source, this can be connected to row ID object in the staging table. So we can perform load by row ID. Fine. So that is done. I think, yeah, this part anyway we'll see with the examples, audit train. Yeah. So yes, there are two ways to perform this data archival. One, based on what? Number of loads. Because I copied and pasted, it's not that clear. Please bear with me. So which means, let's say last 10 loads, 20 loads, or 15 loads, whatever, just define that. And second option is what? Based on time measuring unit also, we could able to perform data archival. So which means this particular time would be expressed in terms of what? Hours, days, weeks, months, quarter, half year, and year. So we can choose any time measuring unit depending upon the type of job that we deal with, because we'll have hourly jobs, daily jobs, weekly jobs, monthly jobs, quarterly, all that, right? So depending upon type of job that we deal with, we can select appropriate time measuring unit. Based on that, we can perform data archival. Clear, right? So that's it. So let us see with one or two examples in this. Then after that, we are going to talk about delta detection. Here, we could able to see three options through which you can perform. One, detecting delta, and second, capturing delta. The first option would be what? Compare all columns. Meaning what? Let us say we have 10 columns in what you call landing or pre-landing table or previous landing table, whatever, right? So if you want to detect delta, we can compare all the columns from landing with the previously processed columns and see if there is any change. But that will have too much of overhead. But if you deal with the mission critical data, yes, we can go for it. Yeah. So, but we normally don't use that in reality. No. So detect delta based on date columns. We got different types of dates, right? Create date, deleted date, last update date. I think we have seen in the staging table also, right? So mostly we'll be using last update date. Based on that, we could able to what you call detect delta and capture delta, right? And there's one more option which we can't see here, user defined columns, which means user defined option where we can use either system columns to detect delta or user defined columns to detect delta or combination of both. Let's say one is the last update date, other is let's say user defined column, which is address. So these combinations can be used to detect delta. So that is the most widely used option in reality in order to what? Detect delta, right? So we'll see that example. That is superset of first two options also, guys. In a sense, this guy takes care of only date. This guy will take care of all, and user defined will take care of all and day and also system and user defined. And there's a checkbox allow staging if prior duplicate got rejected. Remember, guys, usually what happens is so previously processed rejected records we don't consider. Yeah. So while performing any operation MDM, but if the delta is enabled and allow staging is also enabled, then we could also consider previously processed rejected records uh, if we enable delta. Yeah. So, but yes, if needed, we can do that, but it's better to enable that. So that's it about what you call delta stuff. Yeah. Here we have this option. Can you see here highlighted one, third option, right? So this is the most widely used option, radio button. Yeah. So that's it. Yeah, this how we'll have it. And we'll see example, practical examples. Here I copied it properly. Yeah. Yeah. Now let us talk about input tables and output tables. Now, so here we missed one thing, basic stuff. So input is what? Landing table, right? Then stage process. The result is what? With cleanse staging table. Without cleanse also you'll have data in the staging table. Pass through, right? And now, so we can also in the bottom raw table and reject table. Can you guess any other tables other than what is listed here, guys? I think we talked about some concepts, right? So based on that, some are not listed as part of this diagram. So this diagram just copied from the MDM Informatica MDM documentation. I have not created this anyway. Yeah.
PRL table. PRL.
What is it? PRL, right? That is for
Yes,
delta.
indeed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
Lookup table.
Lookup will not come in here. It will come
Okay.
later. It's BO layer. Yes. For now, no. Yeah. There's a one more OPL table, operational learning table. Yeah. I'll talk about the importance of that. So those two are not listed here. So which means whenever we create a staging table, right? So it is going to create all the different tables like first staging table. Second, raw table. Third, reject table. Fourth, PRL table. Fifth, OPL table. These are the 5 tables which are created by MDM, but we create only one. Rest of the 4 will be created by MDM automatically. And each table, I think we talked about one line definition, but we'll see some examples of that. Yeah? So this is clear, right?
Raw table is for what, Narasimha?
Sorry,
Raw table is for what?
archival.
Oh, for archival. Okay.
Yeah, fine. So now, so apart from that, this raw reject PRL, right? We'll also talk about some more tables on today's session. So which includes what base object table, then XREF table. So in this reject table, these both are same. I think one day we discussed, this someone asked some question about this. So both are same guys. So we don't have separate tables like what you can see in this diagram, right? They're not separate tables, both are same. And then we also have got some more tables, system table, MRM, control tables, like if the trust is enabled or validation enabled. So CTL for trust, VCT for validation control table, and corresponding cross-reference history tables also you can see. Those are the extra tables, but they're applicable if you enable trust and also validation, yeah, and or validation you can say, not only and or also. Yeah. So that's it. Apart from that, yeah, we'll focus only on these things. Rest I think we'll see later because we'll not touch them, yeah, on today. So yeah, probably next session I'll talk about mass stuff. Yeah, it's a big topic. So that's it. Yeah, this I think we have seen. Learning, staging with plans, without plans here, with plans also. Yeah, I think we've seen that. And then, yeah, this part I think we have already talked about it. So we need to talk about these 2 tables plus one more table PRL with examples. That is not done. We will see on today's session. I think is enough about theory part. Once you complete this archival, delta, and also reason for rejections, then we will start getting into what theoretical part of what I call loading layer with the different types of loads, trust and validation. And after that, we'll get into practical examples of loading layer. Yeah. That's our plan for today. And reason for rejection, right? So I think we talked about, can someone try to recall like what we discussed as part of reasons why the records would get rejected? Yeah. Broadly, only 3. What are those?
Null PK source values or duplicate PK source values.
Yes. Yeah. Broadly speaking, only 3. 1, based on PK source object, as you said rightly, and second, based on last update date, and third, based on what update indicator. That's it. Yeah. Within PK source, there are 2, either duplicate or null. Last update, again 2, either null or feature date, and update indicator other than 10 -1. That's it. These are the reasons why the request would get rejected. These are P different reasons, I would say. Yeah, they're not custom stuff. Yeah. I think this is enough. I think we'll get into the practical stuff. Yeah. So this I think we've already done, right? So I'll not talk about it because we know it. Yes, this is straightforward. Yeah.
Hey, Narasimha, quick one. So again, on the archive table or say raw table, so we have to carry out some settings to archive the data from
Yes,
lending
yes.
into the raw table.
Yes. Yeah. Can you see here? This is a setting. It's a practical answer for you.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll see that. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, please try to log on to the tool, guys. I request everyone to get in there. Okay. The first thing Let us start with archival only. So please go to base object staging table section. Within that, so select stg underscore CRM. Yeah. Yeah. Now enable the checkbox. Yeah. Before enable, even after enable also, it won't make any difference. Let us check whether we have got any data in the corresponding raw table or not. Yeah. So describe C underscore stg underscore CRM underscore raw. This is syntax, guys. So which means all the different tables we discussed, right? So staging table name is same with a suffix of what? Raw. For delta, suffix of PRL. For OPL underscore OPL. For reject underscore REJ. That's it. Yeah. This is just a syntax. Yeah? Forget about that. So now can you see here? This is the description or metadata, right? So let me talk about the first system column. Row ID job indicates what we can say run ID or job ID. They're all same. Huh? To indicate the run ID, for example, first time when you run, you'll have one unique ID. Second time when you run, you'll have another unique ID. That's it. Yeah. And then online indicator, second system column, right? Which will tell us whether we are trying to perform archival in a batch mode or real-time mode. Remember, if it is 0, batch mode, non-zero means real-time mode. And P key source object, I think we talked about it, which is primary key for source system. Yeah. So version sequence, this is applicable if we enable timeline, unless it is not applicable. And other columns like a C1, C2, C3 last updated, right? They're all derived from learning table. Now tell me which data that we are going to archive. Options. Is it going to be learning table or PRL table or a staging table or base object table?
Landing table data.
Yes. So columns we have, right? The learning table data. So before we configure and run, let us see whether we have got any data in the raw table or not. Can someone answer, guys? How many rows you will have it in this raw table?
One.
Empty.
Yeah, empty.
No.
Yeah, no.
So we have not configured, right? Which means nothing, right? So even after configuration, so it will be empty only. When you run, right, then only you will see the effect of it. Yeah. So configuration meta, right? This is based on the loads. I think we talked about it. And second, I think I said it's a time measuring unit, right? So one of the time measuring unit, you can select. Let us say, so we are starting with what hours. If you specify 1 hour, what does it mean? So it would archive the data based on the number of runs that happens within 1 hour. For example, if you executed 10 times within 1 hour, right? 10 runs data will be archived and kept it in what? The raw table. That's what happens, which means last 1 hour data. For example, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. You know, 10 times you executed. So 10 runs data. Let's say 10:30. So 9:30 to 10:30, like whatever. So we executed it, only those runs, which is most recent 10 runs data will be kept. 10 runs means I've just given one example. Yeah? If it is a 1 run means only 1 run data. Yeah? So that's it. So please enable this and save. Yeah. So now in landing, I don't know how many we have. I think we have only 1 row, right? So
As you know, one thing actually, so actually I was trying to log in to my machine, but I cannot log in. It's giving some error. So once you are done, then probably you can check actually.
Ayana, which idea?
User 152.
153, huh?
152. 152.
Okay.
I'm pasting here actually this error what I'm facing. So
What
it's
error?
saying so just I pasted that error into the chat box.
1 second.
I tried to log in, reconnect everything.
Let me reset. Yeah. Can you try now?
Okay. Okay. Was it just a minute. Yes, now it is getting connected. Yes, he's got connected.
Okay, so now, yeah, so let us try getting into what, yeah, there's only one row, right, in the learning table. So let us try to archive this data, right? So go, yes, please.
Shall decide. Just one question around this. So we have mentioned here as like reserve an audit trail for last 1 hour, right? This is Vishal.
Yes, Vishal.
Yeah. So we have mentioned that the audit trail or the raw data will be kept for past 1 hour, right? But what if like let's say we have scheduled our job for 45 minutes, right? After every 45 minutes we have a run, but somehow that run did not like get completed or it got failed. So what will be the result in the raw table? Will it get truncated or what? Like we can see only past 1 hour data, right?
Yes.
So it will get truncated.
No. Whatever, let's say out of 100 rows, 50 rows have been processed. Those 50 rows will be archived in the raw table. That's the only last one, right? So you just captured 50, rest it will just ignore, yeah, because it's not processed. It will not truncate, though it is a fail, sure. But that is applicable for staging, but not for raw table. Raw just the archive, copy, sure. No, whatever you process, only that part will be copied. Yeah? But we can set that. If you don't want, if you undo, right, there is an option to set it. I'll show that also. Right?
Okay.
Yeah, fine. So yeah, so let us try to. Okay, please set this 1 hour. Then go to App Console, batch viewer, and run this. Yeah. So how many rows do we expect in the raw table, guys? Now, 1 or 2 or none?
1.
Yes. Yeah. So blind copy of landing, nothing else. Yeah. So refresh. It is done, right? So now we can verify that. So landing is 1 and staging. Yeah, there's only 1 row, right? Yeah. So that's it. Now we can see, I think we have seen some system columns, right? What was that? Row ID underscore job. Yes, sir. What does it mean? Run ID, right? Yeah. So from raw table, yeah. C underscore HTG underscore CRM underscore raw. Yeah. Can you see here some unique number? So we don't care, but it should be unique number. How it generates? Select MDM takes care of. Actually, it's a server. From this server, it's a unique value. Yeah, that's a notation they follow. That's what you don't need to worry about it. And one more column also we talked about it, which is what? Online indicator. What it does, guys? What it does? If it is 0 means what? We are performing archival in a batch. Non-zero indicates what? real time or near real time. Yeah. So that's it. So other columns, they're all derived from the landing table. I think one column we have already seen it. Similarly, so we can also take a look at other columns. That's it. Now, next time when you run, how much is the count in the raw table? Is it going to be 1 or 2 or empty?
Should be 2 in the raw table.
How many?
2.
1 or 2?
Two
So same
records.
data.
Two.
Till 1 hour, it will not delete the previous one, right?
Okay. If it has same data, I think I didn't talk about this case. If you are trying to archive the same data, in that case, what happens?
Still the entity remain, right?
Yes.
There will be 2 records.
Yes. It doesn't care whether we are processing similar or dissimilar. Blindly, it is going to make a copy against with the relevant run ID. That's it. No? In this, there's a second run. What is the data? Yeah. It doesn't look at what has happened earlier. Clear, no? So that's it. Yeah. Online indicator, same. Row ID job. So it is different, right? Yes or no? Yeah. 1Q, 1 whatever. Yeah. Then we have C1, which is this is staging, right? 1 sec. Draw. See, same data it's there. So that's it. So likewise, if you run n number of times, all the runs data will be archived in the raw table. Yeah, it is done.
So Narasimha, in what scenario the online indicator will change?
Real time or near real time? Yeah, fine. So that's it about raw concept. So any questions on this? I think it's very straightforward. Colleague can ask question. Why are you trying to perform this archival within MDM? Because MDM is very expensive. Can't we do this archival outside MDM? This is a question, right? Yes or no? Can someone answer this question?
Could you repeat the question?
Oh, non-repeatable question. Okay, now, can't we archive outside MDM instead of inside MDM? Because MDM is very expensive, right? Yeah, that's a question.
In terms of storage, you mean, right? In terms of storage?
Yeah, not only storage, in terms of processing also MDM is very slow. So
Yeah, but even to archive outside, the processing has to happen within MDM, no?
no, actually it's a landing data, right, Uma? So landing data we can archive from anywhere, within or outside, but we just need to maintain a copy, nothing else. Correct, no? So outside means, so we can save resources from MDM, which are allocated by admins, so that we can offload this archival process outside MDM. You got right? So that way we can make MDM runs a bit faster. Because if we enable archival, right, usually this stage process will take longer than expected because it has to archive, right? It has to make a copy, right? Yes or no? So that we could cut down now if we do it outside. No? But if you are processing, let's say, low volume of data, then we can just perform it inside. You got no?
No, two questions. Probably that would answer my question. Narasimha, so one question is, when you say archival here, from landing table, data is getting archived into the raw table, correct?
Yes, you're right.
So it's a copy, meaning the record will remain in landing table and it takes copy into the raw table, or it would actually like cut and paste?
Copy and paste.
Copy and paste, right?
Yes, not cut.
And
yeah,
okay.
both.
Okay.
You'll have to do both tables. Yeah, yes, please.
Yeah, and second question is from raw table, where would it get archived? Would it get deleted or?
No, it will remain based on what we configured as part of raw, like 1 hour, right? So last 1 hour data, it will remain.
After 1 hour?
After 1 hour when you run, right? So that will be gone and latest archival data will be kept there. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So the records older than 1 hour will be gone.
Exactly. All right.
So are you saying that the raw tables can, or this historical information can be stored outside?
Exactly. So if you do, we can take care so that we can offload MDM resources. Yeah. But if you're processing low volume of data, we can do it here itself within MDM. Or else, if you are processing very large data, right, then it's better to do it outside though, so that we can utilize these resources for some other purpose within MDM.
But how to do it outside? When you say process outside, to do which job? Sorry, I
make a copy from landing to some other table, having a backup, nothing else.
Okay. Instead of doing it into the raw table.
Exactly. You are right.
Okay,
Yeah.
now I get it. Okay, all right.
Shika, you got right, madam. I think you are trying to ask something, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Fine. So yeah. So now let us. So I think archival part is done, right? Now let us start getting into what. Let us disable this. Then, if you run now, let me just save it before you run. If you run after disable, what will be the count? Now there are 3, right? Let me just run it again. There are 3, right? Now if you run it, let's say stage job, what would be the count? Is it 3 or 4 or 0? Yeah. Same, right? We did not touch. We just disable, which you don't archive. That's it. So yeah. Now let us start getting into what another concept. Delta detection. The concept is clear, right? Theoretically, I think. Yes or no, guys? Yeah. This is a common concept. I think this we are hearing since many years, right? It's not a new concept. Yeah.
One question, Narasimha. Suppose we uncheck this raw table detection, and we have already the three columns in that raw table. So
rows, yeah.
that will exist till the time we delete, or it automatic delete in 1 hour because we remove the settings.
No,
right?
no. It will not be deleted because we have disabled, right? If you enable, then you are right. After 1 hour, if you run it, no. If you run, then only it will be deleted. Last hour data.
So this will be so this data in the raw table. So suppose this is true rows, but I'm talking about if I have a million of records. So that record will be exist in raw table till the time we do not do cleanups, right?
Exactly. Cleanup is either you run stage job or explicit cleanup. One of them should be done.
Okay. Okay, sure.
Yeah. So yes. So now please enable delta detection, guys. Let's focus on this. Disable this. Enable this. Yeah. Now before we do this, let me talk about theoretical part of it, which is so delta, right? Change. Yeah. That's English meaning. So now change means, so we need to compare between what source table, which is a landing, and then PRL table, which is previously processed data, or previous landing table we call. Correct, no? So that's it. Yeah. So which means first time no delta, no change. From second time onwards, we could able to see the effect of what delta. Yes or no? I repeat, from second time onwards, you could able to see the effect of what delta. Remember that. Clear, guys? So landing and what PRL. So first time when you run, what happens? Let's say there is a one row here. You'll have one row in the PRL, which is going to be what run one. Yeah. Now in run two, yeah, sorry, before that, and how many rows you will have it in staging, guys? Let's also put here staging table. Yeah. So in this, how many rows you will have it here? That's one. Yeah. Now second run. So let me copy and paste. Yes. Now let's say run two, right? Now in the landing, there's only one row. In PRL, how many rows you will have it? Only one. Because if there is a change, then only they'll be kept in the PRL, or else they'll not be kept, because we use it for comparison, right? So we don't need to maintain multiple copies of same data for comparison. So now what is the data in this staging, guys? Stage is a target table, right? After comparison, it doesn't find any change. So in the staging table, the count will be what? 0. That's correct, no? Yes or no?
Yeah.
So where would this staging data go? It would be
Downstream
deleted.
layers. Downstream, like a base object when you load, right? Because this is going to be the output table. Because let's say this one row, which we already processed by running a load, match, merge, all that. That's over. Good, right? Next time we are trying to run to capture only modifications or new ones. We don't have any modifications or new ones here. So what happens? We are trying to reprocess the data which is already processed by earlier run. In that case, what happens? Staging table data will be empty because this part we have already processed.
Yeah, but so it will delete the record from staging table, or would it
delete?
Archive it?
Delete in the sense, see, staging means it always does truncate followed by load, which means it's going to delete the data first, then insert if there are any new records. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. So that's it about simple delta concept. I hope it is clear, right, to everyone? I think I talked about simple terms. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah. So now let us try to understand how to configure. Configuration is very simple. So the comparison could be based on all the columns or user defined columns, yeah, or only system columns. It could be based on anything. First one is all columns. Second is date based columns like deleted, create. So last update date. This is for timeline. And then we can see detect deltas using specific columns. This will contain all. All means system columns plus user defined columns. So let us say we are selecting one column to identify or detect delta. So please select C1 and click on add button here. So whatever is in the right side, right? So those columns will be used for identifying the delta. Yeah. Yeah, clear guys to everyone? Yeah, please configure. Yeah, all done, right? And save it. Yeah. So before we run, first let us check the data in what PRL table and also structure. The rest of the tables we know it, landing and staging, right? Let us see that. Yeah. So the syntax is same as raw table, which is C underscore, which is STG underscore CRM underscore PRL. Correct, no? What is this? STG, right? Okay. Fine. So can you see guys here? Here also we have got the two system columns, namely on an indicator to indicate the real time or a batch. So and source OID, which indicates what the unique identification of each row, right? So like we have a row ID concept in Oracle database, right? So this is similar to that. Yeah. And rest of the columns are based on what? The landing table. Like we have seen C1, C2, C3 with last update date, right? In landing table. Yeah. That's about the structure. Now we can also take a look at the data underlying this particular PRL table, like select C1 from what PRL table. Now it is empty because we did not execute this particular stage job after enabling the delta. Yes or no? I think so far everything is clear, right? So before execution, we are trying to make sure that what does it contain. Clear, guys? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Now let us try to invoke this particular stage job and see the effect of this delta. Can you see the effect of delta in the first run? Answer is no. Yes or no? Delta would come into picture if there is something to compare. So that would happen from second run onwards. Yeah. And this is also one of the expensive operation, guys, delta. So let us say if you're trying to take care of delta detection and delta capture based on what? Many columns, especially for financial industry, right? So we go with what? Many columns to identify delta chains, right? So this very expensive operation. Again, this particular portion, it is better to do it outside MDM hub rather than within MDM, because it's a very expensive operation. Because it has to perform comparison, then capture the change in the staging table, which is a time-taking process.
So when you
Right.
say outside Narasimha, which are the uh, potential tools to carry out this exercise?
Many tools, for example, let's say we got ETL tools, even quality tools, whatever, right? Using which we can just take care of delta stuff. Yeah.
So for example,
So,
IDQ.
yeah, IDQ or even Power Center or even IACS data integration, whatever. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Fine. So let us try to refresh it. See, it got failed. Yeah. So data detection got failed. So because of some reason here, it's the configuration problem. Yeah. So okay, this we need to fix it. Yeah. Okay, online indicator is not null. They modified this. I don't know. So I'll just reset these things, guys, after the session. For now, just remember that. So yeah, this is how the delta would take place. I'll show that tomorrow session. Okay.
Mine is
So-
working.
Yours is working, huh? So mine,
Yeah.
because I want executed, right? So I did some changes. So I had to again reset those things. Yeah.
I got the
I'm
same
also
error.
getting same error.
Yeah,
Mine is
but
also failed
I'm
actually,
also
but
getting
data is
so
loaded,
because-
Narasimha.
Yeah, but I can see PRL table got updated.
Yes.
The PRL you will have, how many rows you will have it? Only one, right?
Yes.
So yeah, there's only one. But to reflect the change in staging, that's where we got error. because of that modification which I did for that. That's where I think from my system, I think replication is done for some systems. So they will have the same problem.
Getting the
But
error message, the table is updated.
Exactly. So yeah, this is basically for what you call PRL modify online indicator part, which is not null. So you can just ignore this message actually, but we'll have the reflection, in the target. But we have to fix this also. You should not keep it as it is. Yeah.
But Narasimha, you have mentioned whenever we like enable this delta detection, right? It will not load the PRL table for first run, right? Then why the data got loaded?
First run, you will have the data in the PRL. From next time onwards, it will be used for comparison. That's what I said.
Okay.
For example, let me open that. Can you see here? First time when you run, right? We got one row in the landing table, which will be sent to PRL table. Yeah. And same row got transferred to staging. Next time, right? That's where actual delta effect can be seen. So this one row, right? Like what we have, it will compare with what previously processed one row. Yes or no? Yeah. So then there's no change happen, and that is why the capture is only 0 because it's already taken care in the earlier run. You got right? Got the answer?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So now let us try to get into what another concept, guys. Rejection part I forgot actually totally. So theoretical, I think we talked about it. So let us talk about it practically. Yeah. So what are the reasons for rejection? First one. So we'll try to focus on peak source object. Yeah. So it is primary key for the source system, right? Yes or no? So let us try to send what you call null data as input to this peak source object and see whether the record would get rejected or not. Yeah. Or we can also insert one more record in the landing table, which is similar to what earlier, and see the effect of the rejection. In the sense, because of duplicacy, the record should get rejected. Let us see that at least one. Yeah. So let us go to SQL Plus and try inserting data to a landing table. Yeah. So let us try to find insert command, guys. Insert into C underscore LND underscore CRM and supply last update date, then C1, C2, C3. Out of these 3 columns, we are trying to focus on what C1 column, right? Because C1, it has been mapped to what peak source object. Yeah. So yeah, let us try to supply sys date followed by 1, 1122 because 1 we have already processed it. Yeah. And second time we are trying to what you call send the same thing. So duplicacy of data, right? So it should get rejected. And we can see rejected data in the separate table, which we call the reject table, right? So before we get to see that, let us see the what kind of structure that we have in the reject table. So CSTG CRM underscore REG. So which is what STG CRM, right? Yeah. Can you see here? So we got multiple columns. So last 4 are derived from the landing table, and first 3 are what system columns like row ID job, which will tell us the run ID or job ID, and error description where we can see the reason why the record got rejected, and source ID will tell us to identify the uniqueness of each row. That's it. Yeah. So, and if you look at the data in this particular table, where we can see what empty, because we have not seen any rejected records till now, right? Now, let us try to what we call process this data. So did we commit this after inserting data? Yes. So please insert this new record, guys. I request everyone to issue this particular insert command. Yeah. I hope all of you could able to see highlighted line, right? But make sure that first column data, which is C1, is 1. Yeah. Because we already have C1 1. So please insert this. Yeah. Done, guys, all? Yes or no?
Yes.
So Mohsin, I think your system is working right now. Mohsin is there, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think you're all doing right. Achal, Aditi, Anish.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Fine. So I hope the record got inserted and committed. Yeah. Now let us try to invoke it. Before that, please disable delta, guys. Yeah. Or else it will not be processed because we've already processed this particular data, right? So make sure that delta got disabled before we run. Yeah. So please disable this. Then go to batch viewer. Then run this mapping. See here, warning symbol has come, which means some got rejected. So there are 2 records in the learning table. One got inserted in a staging table and one got rejected. Because of what? We can see in the front end also the reason why it got rejected. Can you see here? Duplicated.
Narasimha, I can just see your notepad. Are you sharing the other screen?
Yes. How about others? Guys, can you see? Hub console?
Yes, we are able to.
Yes,
see.
yes.
Yes, we can see.
Yes.
Now, which means your internet is slow.
Okay, let me reconnect.
Okay.
Yeah.
So fine. So you can see, right? So which is error description and source row ID, right? Which is like Oracle row ID and C1, C2, C3 and last update date, whatever, right? So same thing we can also see in the backend. So let's say we can see C1 and we get the reason, which is what error description, right? Error underscore description. Yep. Yeah, can you see, guys? Duplicate learning records. I hope all of you could able to see the same message. Yes or no? Yes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Fine. So that's it. Yeah. Now question. If you run it again, can you guess the result? Is it going to be the same or something else? So rejection, guys, for every run, I think we have seen row ID job, right? Where it stores every run ID. Yes or no? Yeah. So, which means it will repeat. Though we processed earlier, right? Again, it repeat the same thing. Yeah. but against with another run, because we need to know for second run how many rows are not rejected, right? Yes or no? So total records 2. So we could able to see duplicate learning records. So we can check that in what backend. See 2 entries. Now how do you say that which run has got and the what kind of rejects, right? So row ID underscore job. Yeah. We can see it here. Can you see 2B first, 2D second one? That's it. Yeah. It could be same or it could be even different also. We don't know, right? Yeah. We got right. Why we have got, though we got a similar thing which is already taken care, we can still see that. I think we have seen that as part of raw table also, right? So it is going to archive every time, irrespective of same or different. Yeah. Clear, guys? I think effect of void job we have seen here, and first reason for rejection we covered it. Yeah. 2 things are done now. Yeah. Now, so let us go and look at the mapping. So this C1 is connected to pick source object, right? So that's what we try. So similarly, we can also insert null data and see whether the record is going to get rejected or not. That you guys can take an exercise. Yeah. So now let's focus on what last update date. Yeah. So as we discussed earlier, if last update date contains either null or future date, in both the cases, records would get rejected, or records would get rejected. That's the reason, right? Yeah. Now let us try to insert data to take care of that. Yeah. So insert data in a learning table where we don't insert any data to what you call last update date. Then I'll put here 11 111 222, which is 11 is a unique record in a C1 column, and C2 C3 anyway we are not worried, any data could be there in that. Yeah. So not enough values, right? So because last update we gave here, so I'll not give here last update date. Yeah. So we inserted it and commit. Yeah. If you don't insert any data to last update date, which means it will contain what? Null data. Yeah. So we can verify that C1, let's say last update date from C underscore LND underscore CRM. Can you see here? So we got empty data here. Yeah. So that's it. Yeah. So please insert this row, guys, which is no data in the last updated column. Yeah. Please issue this insert command. Yeah. Done, guys, all?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. Now let us try to run it. Okay. So go to batch viewer. select mapping and execute. Yeah. Yeah, so let us try to refresh status. So can you see here? Now 3 rows got inserted. One got inserted in staging table. Though we have 3 rows and 2 got rejected. One reason we know duplicacy and second one we need to see. Yeah. Can you see here? Date is missing or occurs in the future. Yeah. So which means date anyway not inserted. That's the reason, right? Future body will see. I hope all of you have got the same reason, right? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's it. Like why the record would get rejected and row ID, source row ID is what different, right? So that's fine. So we can also see the same thing in the backend table, which is this one. So which is date is missing or occurs in the future, right? Okay. So can you insert one record, which is a future date, and see whether we are going to get same error message or not? I'll just wait for 1 minute. See whether we got the same message or not. Yeah, try to do that because we talked about now 2 reasons, right? One is a null, other is a duplicacy. Yeah.
How did you give that future date, Narasimha? It's from mapping by passing constantly.
Yeah, future date only input data would be varied, but this mapping will be same. There's no change. So it has to take care. If you insert future date, right, it should reject because it should allow till today. If it is, let's say, tomorrow's date, right, or day after tomorrow, whatever, right, future, that should be rejected by itself automatically, though it's a straight through mapping. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying, how are you passing the future date while inserting
So
the record?
from learning table. So like in last update date, right? That's where we pass future date. Yeah.
We can do sys date plus 1, something like
exact,
that.
whatever. Yeah, that's where we insert last update. Yeah, sys date plus 1 or 2, whatever, right? This is how we pass.
Can you show me that command? Sorry.
Yeah, this one, you can see my system, right?
Sys date plus 2. Okay.
That.
I didn't see that.
Then 2, which is C1. Then C2, C3 could be anything. Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Enter. Yep. And then comment. Yep. So which is day after tomorrow's date we give, right? Now you can just run and see. Yes. So it is done. So we can see 3 rows got rejected. And out of them, two rows will have the same reason. Can you see Umang here? So same reason. Yeah. Actually, they would have kept separate reason, but they mixed up both. Yeah. Some
Yeah.
people might get confused. Is it a null or feature, right? So they have to go and take a look at the data to identify which is the actual reason, null or feature. Yeah. So, but yes, anyway, we have only one. So we can see the data. Yes, so we got the same reason, right? That's it. Let's about this, the third one, right? So PK source also you guys can insert one null and see whether the record would get rejected or not. Can you insert one what null as part of what C1 column? Or else don't insert anything. State. And oh my god. System. Yeah. So I've just inserted one record where there is no C1 data. Only C2, C3 got inserted. Now I can just run this. Yeah, it's completed. See, there are 4 rows now, right? Now we got one more row. Say map is a PK source object is null. Yeah. You got right? That's another reason.
Narasimha,
Yes, please.
yeah, I'm not getting this rejected record actually. Multiple times I have inserted data into the landing table and ran this job, but
Can you
still,
please share it, madam? Can you please share
yeah,
it?
yes, yes. Okay, yeah. Can you able to see my screen?
Yes, yes. Can you please open the mapping? Mapping.
Okay, mapping.
By any chance, did you not forget to comment?
So on mapping, C1 is connected to PQ source, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
Then
this last one is also connected.
okay, now go to your this SQL plus.
See, we
What
have
did you
date. Select in last update that we I also inserted this data CLND CRM last update date.
Okay, one sec. You need to commit. Type commitment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
happens. So
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
get
Okay.
this colors comes. Yes, I'm just
Okay.
waiting.
Yeah, I'll do
Fine.
that and I'll yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, now.
Narasimha, one question actually. So suppose that in the landing table, for the same row, actually, we have 2 errors. One is, you know, this PK source object is null, and as well as the sys date is the future date. Then in the reject, we'll be getting 2 rows, right? For the same, I mean, for the same run.
Oh, that's a good question. Huh? It means same record has got 2 issues.
Yes,
What
correct.
the date issue?
Yeah,
very good question, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's a wrong data, right? So
Right. I mean,
yes.
yes, but I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
actually, we
question.
face that issue actually. I mean, so that's why I'm asking.
In that case, usually it should go with the order. It's like how mapping has been built. So it should check first PQ source object, then it should reject based on that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Then followed by subsequent one. But if the last update is part of first in this staging table, right? Then you'll get feature date, that null against date. It all depends on the order that we maintain. Yeah.
So if our last update date is future date and the PK object is null, then we'll be getting 2 rows at least, right? I mean, in the reject table, or there will be one
only.
One only.
Per
Okay.
record one only, right?
Okay.
Right.
And it will be the order by order
The
actually.
You're right. You're right.
Okay.
Yeah. So fine. So now it's working, right, madam? I think someone asked Ekta or someone else.
Yes, it's working. I can
Okay,
see
fine.
the record
Yeah.
signature.
So yeah, now I think we talked about 4 reasons, right? Why the record would get rejected. And other reason also we have it that you guys can try, which is what half state indicator. So what are the valid values for half state indicator, guys?
-1, 0, and 1.
Yeah, 1, 0, -1. Active, pending, deleted, right? If you try to supply anything other than those values to half state indicator column, right? This is a system column. So the records would get rejected. And if you try to load the data based on half state indicator other than 1, 0, -1, then also records would get rejected in BO level also. Yeah, we'll see that later. For now, we'll focus on this. So this you guys can take an exercise. Yeah, I think we talked about 4, right? 1 you guys can try it out. So that's it about rejection concept in this staging layer. I think we talked about almost all the features supported in staging. Now,
so Nasima, one more thing actually. So regarding that reject only. So if we have 2 errors in the same row and only for one error it is getting rejected, then the other will not be able to see the other error, right? I mean, we'll always focus on only on one error.
Yeah, that's correct. So in that case, what we need to do is, so we need to allow option, show all the errors or all the reasons for rejections per row. If you enable that at master database level, yes, you'll get the answer entry for both the entries. So first answer. And second is what? Let us say you fixed one error. PK source got fixed. After that, if you run it again, you'll get error for the same row, which is future date. That's the second. Yeah, fine. So half side we can take care one way. Second is what? Fixing one by one.
Yes. So from hub side, where we can configure that? Is it in staging?
So, yes, no, not staging. We have got pre-built system tables. Yeah, we'll see where do we do that. Yeah.
Fine. Oh, thanks.
Okay, so that's about staging, guys. Now let us get into what another layer. So that's going to be what loading layer, right? Yes or no? So I think we can start, right? Loading layer. Yeah. So now just to summarize, what is the input? What is the output of staging layer, guys, with respect to tables? Just to summarize, because we talked about many examples, right? What is the input? Landing table. Output?
Staging table.
How many tables out? Yeah, 5 tables, right? Yeah. So, but actual target table is only one, which is what staging table. What is like? Yeah. So other table just like a helper tables. Raw, if needed, we archive or else no. PRL, if needed, we enable or delta or else no. OPL, you want to process real time. If you enable, if you do it or else no. Similarly, regex, if you want to capture, we capture or else no. So there are just like a peripherals or different tables, but they are not real target tables. So target table for staging layer is what? Staging table only. Yeah, right. So that will be taken as input for what? Downstream layers. Example, loading layer is going to be the downstream layer for the staging layer. Yes or no? So that is what we are going to start now. Clear, right? Yes or no? So we'll talk about introduction, trust validation, and other properties. Yeah. So this one, staging is over. Now we are in loading. Yeah. Now the prerequisites, make sure that schema is ready, landing tables are ready, and data and staging table is also ready. So these things you have to take care. Yeah. So build schema means what? Let me ask question, because so we need to fix these small things then and there itself. What is build schema means what? ORS. Define source system means what? Adding source systems. Then landing tables, CRM example. Staging, again CRM we did. That's it. Yeah. So now the important concepts within this loading layer is what? Trust. Yeah. So trust, basically we use it if we deal with more than one source systems. Yes or no? One source system. Yeah. Because if you try to get, let's say, same data in both the sources, which one need to pick? Answer is what? Trust. Or if you get different kind of data in both the sources, which one has to pick? Again, trust. Because let's say both are related to one customer or one product. In that case, also answer is what? Trust, which means whichever record has got highest trust, that will be picked up. Yes or no? That's it. Yeah. So simple example I just talked about it. Yeah. Now, when this particular trust will be effective, is it going to be at loading layer or validation layer or match or merge or some other layer? Answer is what? When the trust values will be effective. That's a question. When, guys? At the time of
Load.
merge. So we can see the effect of trust at the time of merge, because just now we talked about, right? So highest trust, lowest trust. So when we use this to create at the time of creation of master data only, which is merge process only, we look at whichever record has got highest trust, make that particular record to be survived. When? During merge. Here in loading, you would only configure and keep it in what? Some tables. And that will be used during merge process. Got right? Anyway, that's just a definition, just remember. And next, configuration of validation rules. So in case if we, let us say, made any mistakes while setting up trust for one or more sources, those things would be captured by using what? Or by building appropriate validation rules. Fine. So that's it. And then, so we can also load the data, what do you call, by row ID for distinct systems or single system, whatever. Yeah. Fine. Now, I think one day I was trying to talk about, so there will be reason in order to define a trust, but who needs to understand the reasons to define a trust? Is it going to be developer or business analyst, data steward or manager or some other stakeholder within MDM? Answer is what? Data steward, right? Yes or no? Yeah. So now, so what they need to consider before they define or before they come up with what? Trust values. So they need to, what you call, take care of what? One, age of the data. Second, reliability. And third, validity. Meaning what? Age means since how many years or months that we are dealing each source system. That we need to consider before we come up with any trust value. Yeah? And then how much is the reliability that is decayed over time? Decay means we express it based on what? Maximum and minimum. Let's say when we define initial trust 90 or 100 when we started business today, which is maximum trust is what? 100. Now let us say after 1 year, how much you can rely on this particular source? Is it going to be 50 or 40 or 20 or 0? So that matters a lot while defining what a trust. For example, if you take, let us say, in India, let's say S Bank and SBI. Yeah, let's compare since last, let's say 15 years. If you take two banks, so reliability part is very less in case of what S Bank compared with what SBI based on the past history of the data. That's a simple example in India, right? So likewise, you can apply the same thing for what other source systems. Yeah. And third is going to be what validity of the data, which means what till how long this particular data is going to be valid. Some businesses, right, they'll define upper limit in the sense till this much this many years we are going to be in the market. After that, we might exit from this market or we might do something else. So that also is going to make a lot of input or one of the input what is called to define a trust. So these three factors would be considered in order to what define a trust. So I think we talked about this trust definition. Right? If several source systems may contain attributes that correspond same column in the base object table. Like example, let's say address source system 1, same address source system 2. That's what it means. If you get address from two sources belonging to same customer, example, right? Yes or no? Same customer, but two different addresses. Which is the right address? That's where to decide that we can consider these two factors and define the corresponding trust values. Who does that? Data stable. Yeah. I hope the factors are clear, right? Yes or no? Now the next question. These trust values would be varied from 0 to 100 if you express this trust in terms of percentage or even in terms of numbers 0 to 1. That's it. Yeah. So now, so I think reliability part, I think we talked about it based on what maximum trust and minimum trust. What does a decay happen? Yeah. So that's going to be the, which means what the level of trust that is decay. Let us say in SBI 90, let's say 100 to 80, but in S Bank 100 to let's say 10 or 5. So that is going to be the reliability. Yeah. So because of many factors, so bankruptcy, whatever reasons could be anything, but that's simple example. Yeah. So the next question. Now, if you take this particular load process, we calculate what I call trust and leave it to the relevant tables. So we don't apply during load. Remember that, which means any what you call column change, sorry, any data change that happens, right? Accordingly, corresponding trust would get reflected in the relevant tables. Yeah. Now, this calculation can also take place what you call only for trust enabled columns, not for all the columns. And this recalculation would take place for what? Update, if any change that happens for the same column where the trust got enabled. No? So, and then we can also see what can you see here, the effect of this. When you try to consolidate two records in a base object table, you know, then two base object records are not two separate base object tables. So same base object, two records. That's what it means here. Yeah? So when two records in a base object are consolidated belonging to the same customer or product, then the trust is going to play very key role. Meaning whichever column, which is that's address column, has got highest trust for these two sources, right? So that is going to get survived, you know, based on the trust values. Now the question, if the trust is same in both the sources, then what do we consider to consolidate Guys, can someone answer this question?
The source last update date.
Exactly, which means whichever is the most recent date, that will be considered. Correct, no? That's what I mean to say, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So whichever is the most recent date, that will be considered. Yeah. Okay. So that's it about the basic introduction to trust. So any questions from anybody, guys, on this introduction part? Because trust is going to be one of the important concept while formation of master data in any MDM tool, including Informatica MDM. Clear, right, to everyone? Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so now let us talk about the tables related to what? Trust. So control tables for trust enabled columns. Remember, guys, we can enable trust for one column or two columns or n number of columns. If we have too many columns with trust enabled, right, which will add a lot of overhead. So that is why enable the column or columns which are really required for the business, or else don't enable trust for all the columns, which will lead to performance. Not only that, so sometimes even there is a job called synchronous job, it would get failed if there are too many columns which have been enabled as what? Trust enabled columns. So for instance, if you are using, let us say, 32-bit integers or 32-bit word length, in that case, if we have more than 32 columns, then what happens? So synchronous job would get rejected. So it expects only below 32 columns, which can be made as what? Trust enabled columns. Yeah? Now let us look at the control tables associated to what? Trust. So we have got base object table and xref table. We all know that, and corresponding history tables, which is for cross-reference and also for what? Base object table. Now we are going to add new tables like control tables. Can you see here? So this is a new one which comes when the trust is enabled. And now the corresponding history also we can see here if the history is enabled, or else only we can see control table. Clear, right? Yes or no? It's only one added thing in this diagram. Rest, I think we have already said it. Yeah. Yes or no, guys?
Yes. What are these U1 fields? FK1, U1, FK2, U1 into the cross reference?
So let us say in cross reference, right? You are talking about this U1, right? Yes,
Yes.
or no?
Yes.
It's a
Yes.
P key source object. Yeah. So P key source object representation. Yeah. Primary key, foreign key, primary key U1. In the sense, row ID system belonging to this P key source object. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So fine. So if we expand U1 just like unique identifier or unique representation. Fine. So now let us talk about
Narasimha.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so Narasimha, what about the common columns in which we are not providing any trust? So which source system value will it take while merging?
We apply trust only for common columns. Can you repeat if you don't mind?
No, you are saying now we don't apply the trust for all the columns. So my question, if suppose eight columns are common and we apply the trust for the 6 columns, right? What about the 2 columns which we are not applying any trust on them? So which source system data will it take? Why? Is it the by default it will take or what?
So let us say there are 8 columns, right? 2 sources, example, and you define trust for 6 columns. Correct, no?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then yes, we can use we can apply what you call trust only for trust enabled columns, not for others. Others we don't care. Others will be based on most recent date. The server will happen based on what? Most recent date. Yeah. You got right?
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So Yeah, now let us talk about what you call so in the trust enabled columns. Yeah. So last update is one of the default one. Other thing is what trust. Yeah. So based on the settings, right? So we take current trust. Why current trust? Let us say we define trust last month, which is a 90. Now today it could be 89 or 85, depending upon what is the minimum trust, decay, all that we define, right? Based on that, we'll decide how much a trust for today. So that will be the what you call ways to apply what you call merge. Remember, yeah. So we don't consider last 1 month trust value. Yeah? And then so cell values in the base object records and class of records. Remember, guys. So we define these things based on what? Who is going to provide this data steward? We means developer would configure. Where we configure, we'll see it's a trust settings. Like we have seen adding systems, right? So next to that, we have got a trust. Yeah? So where we can just go and add trust values for trust enabled columns, yeah, for any base object. Yeah? So this part, I think, yeah, cell value in a base object record might not have same value as its corresponding record in the class reference table. Yeah? It could be same or different. We don't care because it all depends on what kind of operation that we do. Now, the important point here: overriding trust scores. Can we override trust for or trust at base object level or at what record level? Who can answer this question, guys? Is it going to be record level or object level? Trust modification. Yeah. So
Record
don't say
level?
depends. Huh? Other than depends. The answer is
Record
what?
level? Record level?
Yes, exactly. You are right, actually. So usually what happens is we override trust at record level. For example, we expect something from this source of this record, but we've got something else. In that case, a data steward would take a look at that particular record and they can also override trust. Yeah. So that is possible, but that is for per record. Remember. Yeah. So where do we do that? We'll see that anyway. So now, can you see, guys, here? So now we are talking about trust for state-enabled base objects. What is a state, guys? I think we talked about it. Yeah. To indicate what? Either active or pending or deleted. Yes or no? Yeah. Now, if the state is enabled, a trust is always will be more what you call will have more precedence for active, which means active state records will win over pending or delete state records. Remember that because 1, 0, -1 numbers itself would tell us 1 is more, right? 0 is after that, right? -1 is very less. So which means what? 1 is anyways more, which means what active state records will have highest win rate over either pending or deleted states. Yeah? Clear, no? Now, I think this I talked about it earlier. So if you have too many trust enabled columns, synchronous job would get failed. If you have too many trust enabled columns in a base object table. Yeah. I think this we talked about it. I think I gave the number also for 30-bit word length. Yeah. So now we got other properties, which is maximum trust, minimum trust. And these things I think we'll talk about it with practical examples rather than theory. Maximum means what? Highest trust. Minimum means what? Lowest trust. Unit of measurement could be anything like days, weeks, month, whatever. And decay, where it is a number like 3, 4, 5, whatever. And then graph type. Yeah, this we need to talk here. The ROSL means rapid initial, slow later, meaning during initial days, there is going to be rapid fall with respect to download percentage. After a while, there is going to be slow fall with respect to download percentage. So with this, we'll take a break after I come back, we will talk about so these two things, plus we'll get into practical examples. So before that, if you have any questions on this trust introduction part, please let me know, guys. Yeah, so if there are no questions, we'll take a break. Fine. Yeah, so we'll meet around 11:50. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
You have something?
Okay.
Yeah. Mohsin, you have some question?
No.
Okay, fine.
Thanks.
Let's take a break. Yeah. Yeah. So can we continue, guys? I think yes, right? Yes or no? So we'll wait for 1 more minute.
Let's continue, Narasimha.
So yeah. So now let me share my desktop. Yeah. So before we get into this, so let us try to open SQL, guys. So now we need to start understanding the detailing about the tables. Yeah. So please go to start all programs, all of you guys, and select Oracle 11z home. Yep. Then application development, then SQL developer. Yep. I think all of you could able to see my desktop, right? Did I share? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So please go. Yeah. So please go to this. So which is start all programs, then Oracle 11z application development, SQL developer. Yeah. So please select that. Yeah. Browse. Click on browse and specify. Can you see there's a SQL developer? This is application, right? So please select that. Application. Don't select other SQL developers. Huh? You can see green arrow mark, right? Which is application. Yeah? So you can see application here, right? Type. Yeah?
So Narasimha, it's not installed on my laptop, like my machine, SQL Developer.
Really? Can you please share how come here? Same VM, right?
Yeah.
So you got different or what? Can you please share if you don't know?
Yeah. So in Oracle also, I cannot see like a 11.
No. I think you clicked outside. Click on start within so Windows 7. Can you please make it full screen? Make it full screen. There's a full screen. Yeah. Click on that.
It was full screen. Now I exited the full
Yeah,
screen.
it was full screen. Yeah, click on it again. Click on full screen again. Yes, you're right. So can you see here there is a start, right? Within VM. Start. Yeah. Go to all programs. Yeah. Then select Oracle. Scroll down. Yeah, Oracle 11 is there, no? Expand that. Then application development. Then SQL developer. Is there, no?
Okay.
Yeah, click on that. Yeah, click on that. Then browse. So
Understood.
then select. Yes, you are right. That's perfect. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Say yes, sir. So let me share my test. Yeah. Yes. So I have selected this. Say yes.
Let's
So
say
now,
from application development, where to go?
so there's a browse. Select SQL developer. Is it there?
Yeah.
SQL developer batch.
Yeah. It is
You are
asking for browse.
Exactly. Click on browse, madam.
Okay.
Then it will take you to that SQL developer location. In that, there is SQL developer application. There's a green arrow mark, right? Select that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, yeah. Yes. So now I think all of you could able to see this window, right? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Now there are connections here. Let's look, I've already configured. So I think, can you see these two schemas, guys, on your system?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Then expand CMX ORS. So then supply the password, same password, right? CMX ORS, which is a capital, all capital. CMX underscore ORS. So say okay. Yes. Now we connected, right? So now if you look at this particular viewer, which is customer base object table, where we can get list of different tables. Let's focus on some things now. So can you see there's a viewer customer. Under that, we talked about viewer customer, then viewer customer xref, then theoretically we talked about. Then we talked about control tables also. Viewer customer control and viewer customer. I think VCT we have not discussed. This was a control table, but we have not discussed. Yeah? So control tables, the CTL and VCT. And if the history is enabled, corresponding history tables. So that's about tables part. Yeah. Now, let us say first process, right? We are going to perform, which is going to be load process. Yeah? So as part of load process, what is the input and what is the output? Yeah. Can someone talk about that? I think for staging
will be input.
Yes, for staging, I think we talked about it. So let me show you. Yeah. Yes, staging table is the input and base object table is output. Is that what I mean?
Yes.
Okay, but there are many more tables. Let us see that. Yeah, can you see here? So staging is correct input, and as a result of load, we can see what base object, cross reference, then other tables also, reject and control tables. Yeah, these are the multiple target tables. So base object cross ref for what you call any record, you will have it that will load from stage, and reject is applicable if you have any what you call mismatch records for the lookup configuration. If there is no lookup configuration, then reject table is not applicable. Similarly, control tables and history tables. If the trust is enabled, control tables are applicable, or else no. Similarly, history tables are not applicable if it is not enabled, which means only first two are what always you can say mandatory tables where there is a data. Other tables based on our configuration. That's it. So this is clear, right? So this part is clear, I guess. Yeah. Now let me go back where I kept it here. Right? Yeah. Fine. Yes. So what comes in, what goes out as a result of load process, we talked about it. Yeah. And now, so we are in the process of discussing what trust settings. Some we discussed over here. and we got a graph type is one of the property within trust settings where we can select one of the graph type like RISL, linear or SIRL. So RISL, as I said, during initial days or initial months or initial years, there is going to be a rapid fall of downgrade percentage, and after a while, there is a slow fall of downgrade percentage. We can clearly see parabolic form over here. So initially, there's a sudden fall, and after a while, there's a curve, we can say, right? So slow fall. Yeah. Now, which means what, let us say this is up to, if we take one of the realistic example, right? So if it let us launch a new telecom product or new product, yeah. So because of a new brand or because of what I call some other reasons, there is going to be rapid fall of downgrade percentage. After a while, if people have seen the really worth of that product, then slow fall of downgrade percentage. That's one example. Yeah? And SIRL is what? Quite opposite to that. We can see curve. So which is slow initial, which is during initial days, there is a slow fall of downgrade percentage. And after a while, there's a rapid fall of downgrade percentage. For example, again, if you take the same new branded product because of attractive price or whatever, right? People would get attracted towards to buy that product because of many features or attractive ones. Then after a while, if they see there is a stable problem or many bugs or many features are not working, whatever reasons, right? So in that case, there is going to be a rapid fall of downgrade percentage. Yeah. So that's where we can think of using what this particular graph type and a linear, so which is for stable products where so there is going to be what we call linear downgrade percentage throughout the tenure, like what we specified as part of the trust settings. Yeah. So that's it. Yeah. So enabling plus for one column, two columns, we can do it. And how to configure this, and I will do it. Yeah. Let us try doing it now practically. So now we opened up SQL developer, right? What is this 2 times? Yeah. So now let us look at the data in the base object table before we run the load process. If we have it, so let us try to delete it. So select star from what C underscore BO underscore customer base object table, right? Yes or no? Yeah, there is one entry here. So I think you will not have any entry, right? Because I've just verified my system just to check whether the environment is okay or not. Yeah. So then we have one entry in XREF also. Yeah. So now let us try to delete the data. Remember, guys, if you are performing or issuing some SQL commands in the backend, right? So you need to know like what you are doing, because if you make a mistake, right, without understanding the dependency of any table, right? So it will what we call impact a lot. Yeah. So that is why. So make sure that you understand all the different tables. For example, base object table here. So what are the different tables? Example, let us say I'm trying to delete the data from what be a customer, which is base object table. Yeah. So let us try to delete it. Fine. Next, corresponding table is what crossref. I think we talked about for every base object table, there is going to be corresponding xref table, right? So let us try to select this and run. And now commit it. Yeah. So that's it. So we deleted what? The data from dependent table. Now, can you tell me, guys, what would be the relationship between what base object table and class reference table? Is it going to be one to many, or one to one, or many to many, or none of them?
One to many.
Yes. So for every base object record, so we can have n number of what we call cross of records. Like it's like a parent child. So one parent can have one or more children's example, right? So one record in a base object table, you can have n number of cross of records. Yeah, that's fine. So now, so let us also talk about other tables. We'll see. Let's focus on only load. These two are enough for now. Yeah. So now make sure that you commit data. Now please go to what you call patch viewer. Yeah. So where we can see the job, which is load job. Can you see here? Under view of customer, we can see different types of jobs. Out of them, we are trying to focus on what? Load. Yeah. Yeah. If you say execute batch, then what happens? It is going to load the data from staging to base object table. But if we enable force update, yeah. So there are three things we need to remember, guys, when you try to perform later loads. Well, next time we'll see that. So click on execute batch.
Have we created this job, load job, or it automatically comes when we create the
It
BO?
automatically comes whenever you create a base object table, right? So all the jobs would come automatically. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So let us try to refresh it. See, it is successful, right? So we can see we got only one row in the staging table, and that row got inserted. So other metric elements, right? Updated is applicable for later load or incremental load. And no action again is applicable for what we call later load only. For example, if you're trying to load the data onto a base object table, which is already loaded earlier, right? Then no action would take place for those records. Yeah. And updated class ref, in case if there is a source system information, like we talked about one key source object, source, last update date, row ID system. I think we talked about those columns, right? In case of any change happens for those, then we can see updated class ref. Not only that, in case of any change that was done by steward also, so that also we can see the effect in what? Class reference. Yeah? So now tokenized. See, tokenized, remember guys. So token definition, we talked about it, tokenization. In case, if you want to generate tokens during load, but for that, so we need to enable the option in BO level where, so generate tokens during load. I think you know these options. Yeah, can you see here? So generate match tokens on load. If you enable the checkbox, then only what you call say no, then only you could see the populating this particular metric element, which is records tokenized. Yeah. So or else no. So by default, tokens would get generated as part of match process, or we can also run a separate job, which we call generate match tokens. Or third way is what? If we enable, we can also generate tokens during load. So one of these three options can be used to generate tokens. But again, if the match is taking longer time, then we can offload by enabling this option so that match happens faster. That's one way. Or we can also run generate token job separately. One of this approach you can adopt. In case if we have too many records that need to undergo as part of match process. Yeah. And then reject the records. I think we talked about it. In case you have any mismatched records, then merge contributor cross-ref records. Remember, guys. So in case, let us say we have some XREF records which has got meaningful values for some of the columns. Those records will contribute to create what? Master data. And missing lookup, in case if we have any lookup configuration which is linked from this base object table to, let us say, lookup country. Yeah. And if we expect data from India country, if we get data from some other country, so those records would get rejected over here. And then we got deleted XREF records. So who does this actually? So usually it will be done by data steward. So if you want to look at the metrics related to that, we can see it here. And deleted record. This is XREF. This is base object table. The records fail to be processed. Yeah. So in case if we have any records which are failed but still need to be processed, we can see the count where there is a failure. Yeah. So then this is for including log, nothing else. Just everything is same. Yeah. So now what we discussed was we just talked about only initial load over here. Yes or no? Now let us take a look at the data in the backend table and see what it contains. So let us run the query. So I hope all of you could able to see the entry in this base object table, right? Yes or no?
Yes.
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 Okay. So now let us talk about the data. So far we just talked about metadata, right? The first thing, row ID object, what it does, it will be used to identify uniqueness of each record. So we can say it's a unique ID, fine, or sequence ID. Now creator, from where this values come, guys? Admin. We logged on with admin ID, right? Yes or no? And yeah, no. We logged on with admin user ID, right? And we executed by using that user ID. So that is where it has come. For example, if you go to Hub Console, can you see user here? So we logged on with what? Admin. You can see, right? Yes or no? And we executed the job by using that ID. So that's what we can see as part of this particular creator. Clear, no? Yeah. Next, create date. On which date and time this particular record got created. So we can see 5th December, some year followed by time. Whatever system date where we are executing this particular load job, right? So that one we can see here. Then updated by creator is same for the first run. I think we talked about it. From next run onwards, in case the same job got executed by some other user, then we can see updated by value is different from creator value. There, guys, yes or no? So that's it. Yeah.
One quick question, Nasim. The row ID object that is showing as 2 for you. I mean,
Yes.
why it is not starting from 1? I mean,
because earlier I already executed once, second time I'm doing, but you guys are doing it the first time, right? Got right?
yeah. So it won't take the again the. I mean, you deleted it from base customer
Yes.
object, new object. So,
but it remembers. Yeah, I think it's a basic. It's a concept of sequence is what it always takes what last restore point. Last restore point was what 1. That increment happens from there +1. That's a 2 in my case. You got right. Your case, the current value is what 0 +1, which is equal to 1. The sequence ID starts from 1. Got
yeah.
right?
So suppose we have multiple entries entered, and we deleted row 2 or 3 from that. So it won't take that row ID object
No, no,
again.
no. Whatever is
It's
generated earlier, right? It won't be repeated
It
again.
won't take that. Oh.
Exactly. Yeah. It's a normal surrogate concept. Like if you take any mathematics, right? Binomial distribution. So how these ideas will be generated based on random binomial distribution, right? What happens once it is generated, it will not be taken back again unless you reset, start from the beginning. You got no? Fine. So next is what last update date. So which is similar to create date first time. From next time, it will be different. Yeah. So then consolidate indicator value 4. What is meant by 4, guys?
Newly inserted or created.
Yes, it's a new record. Correct, no? So yeah. So we got 3, 2, 1. When you run the match process, it will be changed from 4 to 2, 4 to 3, 3 to 2. Yeah. So that's it. Now we can see no values, deleted indicator, deleted by, deleted date. Yeah. So actually these 3 columns that will defined for future use. Yeah. To just to keep track of so who deleted and when it got deleted. And last word is system. So first time run last word is system and current word is system. Both will be same. Where do we see current word system, guys? Or all the row IDs. Let us row ID systems. Where do you see it? So I think we talked about table, right? What is the table? Select star from C underscore
Repose system.
Repose system.
Exactly. So that's it. Yeah. So we are seeing the diagram, right? This is where we can see source system. There are 4 source systems here. Yes, sir. Row ID system, right? So now we are focusing on what? CRM. Yeah. So that's it. But what is the current row ID system with respect to this particular row? Where do you get it? XREF. Yes or no? That's where it maintains what source system, right? It has been designed for that purpose only, right? Yes or no? We talked about it. No? Clear, no? Fine. So now let's go back to base object table. Yeah, I think we talked about till this. Data indicator, what does it mean? It is not applicable now because we are not focusing on tokenization. When you start tokenization, then we can talk about it. Interaction ID. When this will be enabled, guys? I think we talked about the definition for each system column, right? I think first day I would have talked about it, or second day. Yeah. Interaction ID, protect, match, and pending records. Meaning what? If you want to make pending records to be part of a match, then interaction ID will be enabled, or else no. Which means by default, pending state records would not undergo as part of match process. Yes or no? Fine. And update indicator 1, meaning what?
Active
The
record.
active, yeah.
Active state record. That's perfect. Yeah. So then CM data indicator is not applicable because no tokenization. Then we can see C1, C2, C3 data. So from where you get this data? These three column data.
Staging layer.
Yes, staging table. So I think we understood all the columns data, right? Within this base object table. So any questions from anybody on this data? Earlier we talked about metadata, theoretical, like what each column does. Now we have looked at practically. Yes or no? Now.
Interaction ID.
Yes, please.
Interaction ID. So once it is populated, right, and then hub state is 0. So would that record still go under match and match?
By default, no. But if you enable this interaction ID, which is product match on pending records, then pending records also will be part of match. In that case, subset indicator is 0. Got right?
Yeah. Confused about how interaction ID impacts match.
That's what. There is a flag. In this flag, in the sense, there's checkbox. If you enable product match on pending records, right? Which means what? Make pending records also to be part of match. Yeah.
Okay.
How it impacts means it depends on like the kind of data that we have to match. So that is based on the data. No?
When we enable that, will there be some value? When we enable that pending match, will there be any value populated in this interaction ID?
Yes. That's what not null data. Usually it will be 1, but anyway, not null data. Fine. Even other than 1 is also fine. Got right? Yeah. Fine.
So one question, this interaction ID is a sequence number. That can be anything, right?
Any number. ID, just ID. Not
Just
necessarily
ID.
sequence actually. Just indicate it's enabled or disabled. That's all. Nothing else. Yeah.
Okay, and this population is done while we are doing the match or in a BO label?
Yes. So yes.
In a BO label?
BO level always.
Okay, sure.
Okay. So is it clear? Fine. Now let's talk about another table. So another table, which is XREF, right? So this table is a separate table, right? And we need to have unique way to identify each record in this table. That's where we have row ID XREF, which is again similar to row ID object, but it is some other column in class reference. Yeah? Now, how do you build the linkage between this base object table with XREF table, guys? By using what? Row ID object. I think we have seen that linkage, right? Yeah, the diagrams also. Yeah. And peak is source object. From where we get this value?
From C1.
BO or something else?
Cross reference.
Stage table.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Okay.
Stage table. You are right. Yeah. The row ID system. From where you'll get this? From where you'll get this? Stage table.
Stage table itself.
Yeah, stage table should point to some source system, right? Yes or no? Yeah. And source last update date again from source only. And these things for safe put interaction ID, we talked about it. This also we talked about it. Promotion in case we promote from one to another, like pending to active, then promote indicator comes in. This is for optimization. This is for timeline is enabled, otherwise it's not applicable. Then creator, create date, updated by update date. These are exactly similar to what we discussed in base object table, but the last update date in XF table might be different from last update date in BO table. Can Can you think of one reason why? It could be same or it could be even different also. Why?
Because consolidated record could be coming from another source in BO customer.
Okay. Anything else? Let us say if you modify a record directly in XREF table, then who does? Let us say steward. Then in that case, last LUD or last updated in XREF is different from BO. Yes or no? Simple example, right? Yes. So that's it. I think rest is fine. Yeah.
Can you please brief on the put merge indicator?
Put.
Yeah. Put update merge
Merge
indicator.
indicator, right? Yes or no? Yeah. Normally we use this flag for shift-based calls. You know, when you try to perform insert update operations, from shift-based application, others we normally don't use this column. In batch we can use it, but it's not recommended. So put is recommended, or we use it for shift-based operations. Probably we'll see the effect of that when you talk about shift. There is a shift module where I'm going to talk.
So when we do any kind of put call, either update or anything from SOAP, so that indicator come by default or anything to do in the SOAP request itself?
Yes, no. Whatever operation that you do, either from SOAP or SIF or through HTTP, right? So that will be reflected in this put, which means the operation is happening from outside MDM hub, which is through some web service calls. Yeah.
And this value is 1 or 0?
We can modify that. Yes, indicator values by default 1 or 0.
Okay. Sure.
Anything non-zero, any non-zero, it should be fine. Not necessarily be 1 or 0. Fine.
Okay.
Okay, fine. That's it about the column data, guys, in both base object and XREF table. I hope it is clear so far, right? Yes or no? Yeah. Now, so let us try to delete the data again.
So one
yeah.
question.
Yes.
Can you scroll up to the end in this XREF?
XREF, huh?
Okay.
Yeah.
So there are some columns marked as V_123, something like that. I don't see it here. Let me just pull it out.
Okay. So once you get that, then we'll talk about that. No?
Oh, sure. Please go ahead.
Fine.
So
So
Narasimha,
yes,
how does
please.
the load happen? Like, does it happen parallel in both XREF and BO, or it happens first in XREF and then based on trust and last updated it happens in BO?
Based on the linkage, it happens. Which is base followed by child. That's order. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So link records, right? So first to link, first some base records are required. Then link records will come in. Yeah.
Okay.
Fine. So yeah, now let us try to delete the data and we'll go with what more than one record and see whether we could able to load multiple records to a base object table or not. So delete both the tables, data from both the tables, and click on what? Comment. Yeah. Then now let us go to what we've got only one row, right? Now, I think we inserted more than one, right? All are rejected. So let us try to insert one valid record in learning table. Yeah. So let us say here C1, C2, C3. Then let's say 3, 3, 3. Right? This is a valid record. So let's insert and comment. Yeah. So please insert new record, which is a valid record in the learning table. So yes, so I think it's done, right? And issue commit. Or unless we can also do it from SQL, anything is fine, whichever comfortable. So now, so let us try to what you call execute a stage job, then followed by load job, right? In stage, we expect two valid records. Let us say that. Yeah, then click on refresh. So now we can see two valid records out of 6, right? So 4 got rejected, so we don't worry about that. Yeah. So once it is done, yeah, let us finish this. And after that, we'll get into the load.
So, Narsima, when would the record gets refreshed from the landing table?
Oh, from learning table, huh? So unless someone deletes it, it will be there. So that is why to avoid these kinds of mistakes, that we maintain a copy, which is the audit part, or sorry, archival part. No? Uma, does it answer your question? Yeah. So that's why we go with what archival, because this kinds of mistakes would happen, right? One could happen from entry side, who enters the data, or due to some intentional business reasons, why the records can go away from landing. Yeah. Or it could be some other business reason. Yeah. Because of one of those reasons, data can be disappeared from learning table. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Fine. So now let's go to loading layer. So select load job and select execute batch. Yes. So it is done. Now we can see two rows, right? So total records from staging 2 and 2 got inserted to base object table. Now let's go and verify it in the backend table.
In my case, it says one inserted, one has no action.
Which means you have not deleted earlier. That is correct actually. What you got is right. So you do not issue these two delete commands and commit.
Yes, I didn't do that.
Okay. That's a good try. I thought I'll talk about that case later. So you have already covered them. Fine. Okay. So now we all could able to say what two entries, the base object table. Can you say 3, 4? See, earlier we got 2, right? Indicator value. I think someone was asking a question about sequence IDs. Yeah. So we deleted second time also, right? Your case also you'll have starting with a 2 now, right? Yes or no? Whatever, it's a random number, we don't care about that. So then, so other values we could able to see. So
Not just one question or like one thing. Like how you are deleting it from the BO. Okay, this is Vivek. So how we are deleting it from the BO directly from the tables? We should never do that, right? Like we should not delete the. Yeah, we should not delete. We should use the if APIs to delete anything because it will affect the other related tables, right? So we can never do deletion from the database, right?
Yes, you are right. Yeah, but yeah, so we are all developers. Let us take so, but anyway, I'm an architect. But let's say we are playing role of developer. Yeah. So let us take that, Vivek. So developer should have deeper knowledge on all the backend tables. Why? Because if any issue comes up, yes or no, so we should be in a position to get it fixed from the backend. If not, we could able to fix it from what? Front end. So that is why developers should know each and every part from the backend also. Remember, front end has got some limitations or some issues, known issues. You'll be knowing it. So those issues can be overwhelmed by using what? Backend tables. So Vivek, what you said is right perfectly. But developer from the developer perspective, so we need to know everything. Vivek? Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. Means if there is something it's like breaking or something, we should go for the related tables and system tables to delete or fix the things.
All
But
the
if
different
but normally if we have to delete or do the cleanups, we should not delete the data as a part of cleanup from this table, right? Like directly from the database. We should use the APIs or properly system what is provided to do that.
That's it. So normally what we do is, so we can use some other way to delete it, but that's what I said. If you have deeper knowledge on all the tables, right, then we can also get into what backend. It's not advisable, yes, I totally accept it. But if we have deeper knowledge, that we can do it. But front end, we cannot do everything. Remember, there are some limitations. In that case, we need to get into backend to get it fixed. Not only fixing. Let us say you are in production. Let me take one worst case scenario. You are using this MDM in production, and you got some severe problems which can't be solved by using front end. Then how do you take care? So that's where. So they'll contact our dev team. Let us say. So dev knows like how to get it fixed from the backend. So that way you can take care quite easily. Vivek, best practice is right. Yeah.
Narasimha,
Yes,
so
it.
why we cannot use soft delete or hard delete? Why we are doing the uh, delete operation on the table?
We can do it, but we have not got to that level, right? So which means so we need to use appropriate tools to get that job done. Yeah. Again,
Yeah.
so those tools, yeah, those one, that's one thing. And second thing, those tools will be used by some other role of people, like a steward's example, right? Their job is what? To take care of either deletion or modification, right? They'll do it by using data manager, merge manager, hierarchy manager, or through some data governance stuff. But let us say we are playing a role of developer. I'm repeating this. As a developer, what all need to be done? That's what we are trying to focus on. Sika?
Yeah, I got your point, but what I understood is when we are doing any kind of operation from using the SOAP or HUF, like if we're doing suppose soft delete, then it is soft deleting from that particular base object and corresponding 14 table as well, right? And when we are doing hard delete also, it is going to do hard delete from the child tables and the from the base object as well. But we are when we are going to deletion from the developer tool, it writing a command delete from CBO some table. It is deleting table or data from there, but it is not deleting data from the XRF, PRL,
That's what I'm saying.
OPL,
Here we
whatever
are,
table, right?
yeah, the backend means we have to take care of all the different tables. You are right. So front end, they have already taken care. If you delete in base object, corresponding entry should be taken out from XREF or whatever, right? So yes, that is the job of front end. But back end, right? Let us say, can you guarantee that it always happens in a write at the first time in front end? Some cases, no. Then how do you take care in case if it doesn't happen in front end? Then option is what? So we need to get into the back end. So who does that? Developers. So that is what we are trying to discuss. Front end, and we do it, and we are going to do it. Yeah. So back end also we are trying to understand both. Sika? Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
But what you did is probably not the regular practice, right?
So regular means we use a console. It's a client. But no, regular also we have to use in this way only. In case if something goes wrong on the front end, right? So we have to have fallback option to get it fixed. So what is the fallback
to go
option?
into the back end and did it this way.
Exactly.
That's what you're saying.
So
Okay,
then who
fine.
does that? Who does that? Developers, right? That is why I'm trying to cover both front end as well as what back end. You got right?
Fine, fine. Okay, makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. So now, so let us, I think we talked about two entries, right? So we got both in the, what do you call, base object and cross of table. Yeah. So 333 we inserted, right? This is second entry. Yeah. So that's it about what you call initial load with one row and two rows we talked about. Now let us talk about second type of load. What is that? Later load or incremental load. Yes or no? Right? So that's it. So now next time when you run, right? So that's going to be the what you call later load. If you execute, let us say execute batch, what happens? Guys, we talked about multiple metric elements, right? So many things will be disappeared. So when you run next time, because if there is a change, corresponding updates will be reflected. If there is no change, no action. So now we are going to see no action. Let us click on execute batch. See, it is done. So can you see here, no action has been taken place. Yeah. So no insert, no update, no action. Because no action means we are trying to load the data which is already loaded earlier. That's what is meant by no action. Yes or no, guys? I hope all of you could able to see the same thing. Yes or no?
So no action
Yes.
record checking on LUD.
Yes.
So if we change, suppose I change the LUD of already changed record, it is going to update.
Who does that? Who does that change?
So suppose if the record is went to the no action and in my stage table that record is present and by chance somebody changed some of the values of another column.
Somebody, one business case.
Yeah, business case, yeah.
We are loading from staging to view, right? Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So we follow strictly this data flow process, landing, staging, loading, all that. After stage into load, correct? No? Yes, sir.
Yeah. So
Now
if the
first
last
time we
update
loaded
did
it. Yeah.
Yeah, if the LED got changed, that node action record is going to be either on updated side, right?
Yes, you are right. That is correct. But when it happens, let us say again the third run, next run, right? Where let us say in landing they modified some data, LUD or whatever. Forget about LUD, anything which is modified. Any column also will have reflection in BO or whatever, right? Yes or no? So any change that happens, LUD or even some other column changes. Yes, in that case you are right. So corresponding updated things can be seen. Yeah, you are right.
Sure.
Yeah. So, but yes, in this case, because without change we are trying to do, that is no action. With change, yes. So that's about incremental or let's say later load. So now.
So it compared next time against the P key, correct?
P key source object with
Yes.
LUD also. Exactly.
And what is LUD?
LUD, last update date.
Oh, last update. Okay.
Yeah, fine. Now let us talk about what another type of load, which is going to be load with what? Trust. So trust we need to understand, right? I think we talked about theory to some extent. Just to recap, trust is an indicative measure of a confidence. Yeah. So which means we define the confidence level for each source system based on the trust. So that's all right. So that we know, right? Now, for example, let's say we got a source system 1, source system 2, then let us say name column and address column. Yeah. Fine. So then we can say, let us say ABC here, an address, street number, street name, and then here ABCD. Then we got, let us say, null or partial address. Fine. So let us take this example. Now, in this example, assuming that these two records are related to one customer, which means these two are duplicate records. Let us take that. Now, so we need to make sure that one of the record that should get survived out of these two duplicate records. In that case, trust is going to be the one of the MDM rule that can be taken as a base to convert these two duplicate records to a single record. You got right? First is the confidence. Second is what? Effect of trust. Yeah. Where? In merge. Yeah. How? I've just taken one example, right? So let us say this is a bank 1. Yeah. So let me take a bank 1 and bank 2. Assuming that you are holding an account in what? 2 banks. And due to some business reasons, there's a merger happened between these 2 banks where you are holding an account. Yes or no? In that case, there will be 2 entries associated to the same customer. So what need to be done? So we need to convert these 2 records or n number of records to a single record. To perform that, trust is going to help us. How? That we are going to see. So now, to do that, these trust values, as we discussed earlier, we are going to get it from whom? Let us steward. Let us say we are defining here 70. Let's say these numbers we got it, and 90 here. Again here 90. Here let's say 60. Yeah. So how to configure? We'll see in the tool. So you got right. Yes or no? I'm trying to talk about
Hey.
other business guys. Yeah.
Narasimha, quick one on this. Maybe not in the scope of the training or discussion, but how would data steward decide what is the trust of this attribute?
Yeah, there are factors like we talked about age of the data, reliability that will be decayed over time, and then validity of the data. These 3 factors should be considered by data steward to come up with these trust values.
But then they look at manually into the data, or they use some other tool which is outside the scope of MDM.
Yes. So yeah, these numbers you'll get it in the form of what you call Excel sheet or some other tool, third-party tool, but not within MDM. You'll get in some form.
Got it. Is there any AI solution available to determine the trust value?
Yes.
Maybe
AI we have, but in normal MDM we don't have it. Yeah. AI we can do much. I think I said it yesterday. AI we can do many things. Yeah. Here we are doing many things manually, but there many things would happen automatically. Opposite. Yeah. But anyway, we'll see that. Probably if we get time, I'll talk about it.
All right.
Fine. So yes, so those three factors will be considered. Yeah. So now let us say they consider and we got those numbers in some form and we configured it. Yeah. So now tell me how trust is going to help us to create master data in this simple example, merger case, because this reality it will happen, right? Bank mergers. Yeah. So what will happen in this case, guys? So whichever record per column has got highest trust, that is going to get survived. Meaning, if you take, let us say, first column, and out of these two records, which record has got highest trust? Second record. So ABCD is going to get survived. Meaning what? The trust we take care at column level, not at record level. Remember that. Similarly, same process, we need to repeat it for what? Second column. Yeah. So in this case, what happens? We are going to get the data from the first record. So which means the final record is going to be the combination of data from these two records, because one column data we got it from the second record, another column data we got it from the first record. Yeah. So this is going to be the survived record, or we can also say that golden record. Now we can use the term golden record. You got it, right? Yeah. So any questions on this simple business case I've just taken here?
So Narasimha, one question.
Yeah.
So even if the score is more and the data is null, then which will take the precedence? Null value or
not null? So I think I talked about that. So who can answer this question? We talked about validation, right? When we talked about data flow process, I've talked about this with example also, right? In case same thing, I think you were asking about null, right? I took the same example. In case if we have null, then we are going to apply downgrade percentage, and based on downgrade percentage, we are going to recalculate final trust. So the recalculated value will have, let us say here, we got, let's say here, we got null here, example. Let's take this practical here itself. Let's say we got null here. Then, so it is satisfied with one of the validation rule, which is null check. Then we downgrade. If you downgrade this to, let's say 50% example, you know, so then it will become what? 45. Then not if you try to compare trust in both the sources, right? This has got highest trust. So not null data is going to get survived. Instead of ABCD, sorry, instead of null, we are going to get what? ABC. This is answer to a question. Yeah.
okay? And what about blank? Maybe there is a value, right? It's not actual
whatever
null.
The blanks or patterns or even foreign key checks or any other what you call rule checks, right? Custom checks. All that we take care as part of building validation rules. Yeah.
Okay.
If we expect empty or null or what you call any special characters, whatever, it all depends on source data, right? We take a call like what kind of rules that we can define. Yeah.
Okay, understood. Thanks.
Yeah. So yeah, so that's a concept, guys. So now can we try to what you call configure? Yeah. What is the first thing we need to do to configure? We talked about in slides, right? First step, we need to enable The column has what? Trust enabled
Trust.
column.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So please go to schema, select view customer and select columns and select, let us say, C2, where we can see trust checkbox. Can you see here? Trust checkbox, please enable that. Yeah. Without enabling this, if you go to systems and trust, say no. Can you see here? Can you define the trust here? No, because none of the columns have been enabled as what? Trust enabled columns. That is why we cannot define trust. That is why the first step is what? We need to enable the column as a trust column. Enable this. Yeah? First or second, not in slow ID, right? Yeah, fine. Yeah, clear guys to everyone? Yeah, now if you try to save it, actually I should have deleted it. Fine. So remember, any meta change that you do, right? So we need to rerun what we call synchronization process or synchronization job to reflect this particular change. That's what this message means. Say OK. Now this is done. Now let's go back to systems and trust, please, and expand trust. See, now it is pre-control button. We can see, right? For base object table, within that we enable C2 as trust column. Yes or no? I hope all of you could able to see this thing, right? Yeah.
Yes.
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 Okay. Yes. So now let's define trust maximum. Yeah. And minimum, let's say 10. And unit of measurement, let's say year. And decay, let's say 3 years. And graph time, let's say SIRL, which is slow initial and rapid later, right? Now, based on this about trust settings, right, we can see trust decay graph, which is static graph, where we can see what trust score in the y-axis and date in x-axis. So we can also see legends here, admin, red line, and blue line indicates what? Whatever CRM source system. Yeah? So which means we define trust for what? CRM source system. You can see blue legend, right? Yes or no? Where the initial, which is trust, which is what maximum trust. Can you see the tool take 90? Yes or no? Yeah. So year wise we define, right? Which means, so we can see here yearly. Okay. Yeah. So we can see here 90. Now after 1 year, what is the trust downgrade? 81. Yeah. And then, which means what? SIRL means slow fall during initial months or days or years. So in this case, let us say months. Yeah. So it should be year actually. Fine. 81, right? From end of first year to end of second year. You can see here notch point, right? You can just place the pointer here, 54, which is 81 minus 54. Yeah. So that's going to be the difference. First year, we got only 90, 81, right? 9 only. Now here second, between first year and second year, right? Which is 81 minus 54. Yeah. Which is 27, huh? Whatever. So we got more number, right? Which is rapid fall. Then there's a sudden fall in the last. You can see 54 minus, which is 10, right? Last one, which is 44, which means 9, 27, 54. This is how slow initial, rapid later will work, because initial days they slow fall, later days or later months or years sudden fall. That's it. Yeah. Is it clear to everyone, guys?
Yes.
Yes.
So same way, we can also define, by default you will have admin source system. What is a backend, what do you call, source system name, guys, for admin? Or backend key value, or primary key value for admin source system? I think we have seen that. Sys0, right? Okay, fine. So now define. So maximum is what? 90, and minimum is what? 10, and unit of measurement, let's say we are following year, then decay, which let's say 3 years, then graph, opposite, rapid initial and slow later. So you can see red, right? So which is there's a legend, it's legend, right? So which is what admin. So first day when we start, right, the initial trust or maximum trust is same for both the sources. You know? So when you try to perform merge in first day of the business process, and what happens, guys? Do we see any effect of trust? Answer is what? No. Yes or no? So if the trust is same, then what do we consider? Most recent date. Yes or no? To create a master. Yeah. And one more person asking question about if there are some columns which some are not enabled as trust. For those columns, again, most recent date. Yeah. I think so. Now, yeah, let us start getting into what next one, which is first day 90. Then after 1 year, can you see, guys? Which is name here? Yes, 45. So it's 90 minus 45, 45. And end of second year, we can see 18, which is 45 minus 18, which is 27. Then last one, which is 18, 10, which is 8. Yeah, it's almost quite opposite to SIRL. Why almost? I said because here we have seen 44, but here we can see 45. And here we have seen 27, which is same. But last we have seen only 8. But in slow initial rapid data, we have seen 9 here. Yeah, between start year and end of first year, which is 9. That's why close to or quite almost equal opposite to SIRL. Yeah. Clear, guys? Yes or no? Yes. Now the next question. Where does this particular trust value should get stored? Yeah. Where does it get stored, guys? See, MDM is very easy. If you know everything, we can make it automated.
C repos trust.
C repos?
I think sorry, there is a table C repos trust or C repos column.
Yes, you are right. You are right. C repos is called trust.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, let us look at that. Select start from C underscore repos sys called trust. Yeah, so you can see right here. So we define what CRM source system. See, low ID system for admin is what? Sys0 on our CRM system. Yeah, and we can see row ID is a unique ID for each row. Create date, create last updated week. Just now only we created, right? So we can see those entries here. And then row ID column and trust values. You can see, right? 90 is a maximum This is going to be decay. This is by unit of measurement. This is the graph time, which is whatever. So, which means slow initial lap rate is what, 0, and then opposite is what, which is rapid initial slow rate is what, 1, and other is what, linear. So minimum trust is 10. Yeah, I think we talked about all the system columns, right, in this trust table.
Narasimha,
right?
is there option if we do not want to degrade the trust, like we want to keep it as is, we do not want to degrade it over the period of time?
Then maximum trust is equal to minimum trust.
Okay.
No degrade, right?
Decay will be, what will be the value of decay?
Decay, whatever you put doesn't matter, right?
Okay.
See, max min same means who cares about decay? Yeah.
Okay.
Decay 0 we are putting. That's what it means. If there is a difference, right, between max and min, decay is going to play a role. Correct, no?
Yeah.
Unless no point in having decay. Any day, any decay, result will be the same. For example, here let's say we place 90. Yeah. Yes, sir. Then try to save it. Yeah. Yeah. Can you see horizontal, right? So can you see any effect of decay here? Though we have a decay here, 3 years, whatever, but it's horizontal line. It is same across. Yes, sir.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, fine.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah. So now let us save this. Yeah. So that's it about configuration of trust. Yeah. Now, so in order to reflect this trust settings, remember, so we need to go to batch viewer. What is the job we need to run, guys, now? Is it a load or something else?
Synchronized.
Yes. So we have, looks like guys have worked on it. So now let us, I think most of you have worked on MDM, right? That's what I heard from introduction. So then execute batch. Yeah. So synced with all 2 rows, right? So that's fine. So then it's load. Okay. So that's it about trust. Now let us talk about another concept, which is going to be, I think we discussed, but let us do it now practically. So load with what do you call validation. Now let me ask one question. Can we define validation rules without trust or not?
Yes.
No.
Let me put question differently. Does it make sense to have validation rules without trust?
No.
Yeah.
No, it is.
So it doesn't have meaning, right? Yes or no? But this MDM provide the facility to define, which is a wrong thing. Why it is a wrong thing? Can someone justify that? Answer is what? So there is a recalculation of trust, right? What is the formula? Final trust is equal to initial trust minus initial trust minus initial trust into downgrade percentage divided by 100. Yes. So initial trust itself is 0. Then 0 into 0. So wherever you go, right, it will be 0 only. Yes, sir. So which means it doesn't have any meaning at all. You got right? Why it doesn't have meaning? Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah. No. So let us try to understand the concepts within this validation. I think I didn't talk about it. Yes. So validation rule downgrades trust for a cell when a cell value matches a condition. Example, we talked about null condition, right? If name is null, then percentage, let's say percentage of downgrade 50, then apply recalculation. Yeah. So now let us talk about what each validation rule specifies. It's a condition whether the cell is valid or not, an action to take if the condition is met, which is a downgrade. Then, example, we can see a downgrade trust and name column by 50% if length is less than 3 characters. Yeah. So that's it. Yeah. That's the first example, right? Is that clear, guys? If the any row, right, satisfy this condition, right, we'll just downgrade. It's as simple as that. Yeah. So then this check can be done for any column. Okay, is it right? Answer is not right, because we check only for trust enabled column, not for any column. So that's a mistake. That way in the documentation, I just copied as it is. So, but even in tool also we have the same problem. So because I need to follow whatever they say, right? I should not violate. Yeah. So now the next is what required columns. Yeah. So are we going to apply validation only for some rows, not for all the rows? Answer is what? Or only for some source systems, not for all the source systems? Answer is what? No. We don't care about which source system, which row, or from what card prioritized. We don't care at all. We apply for every row. Remember that. Yeah? So then at the end, we do what? Applying recalculation. I think I talked about the formula that we used to recalculate. Okay, so now let us talk about validation rules with respect to state management. No? So if the state is enabled for any call for base object, right? So now while calculating BVT, base first of truth, trust is downgraded further in case of records with a deleted state to ensure that deleted state records do not win over active and pending state records. No? So which means what? We always make active first, then pending, then deleted. That's a common rule that we follow. 1, 0, -1. Simple numbers. Numbers itself will tell us we don't need to do this much, right? Yes or no? So now out of merge job constraints and number of validation columns. Yeah. If we enable too many columns as validation enabled columns, out of merge job is going to get failed. So that is why even for trust or validation, it's better to define or enable for key data-driven columns rather than all the columns. So that's what normally happens for any industrial domain, right? Yeah. So then we can start getting into what recalculation. I think we talked about this formula, right? Yes or no? I've just kept one example as part of this. With, for example, if the trust is what 60 and downgrade percent is 50%, then final trust score is what 30. No, the 50% is downgrade. No. So any questions on this, guys? I think we talked about it earlier also, right? This formula part. Yeah. Anything else can be added as part of this final trust score calculation, guys? Answer is yes. But anyway, Informatica, they have not taken care. But anyway, so we can ignore that. Yeah. So let's not talk about it. If I get them, I'll talk about the last day. So yeah. Now let us talk about the sequence of validation rules, which means what? Order of execution of the validation rules. I think I already talked about it when we talked about data flow process. In case of a batch, what is the execution sequence, guys? Yeah. All of you could able to hear me, right? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. What is the order of execution in case of a batch mode? Top to bottom, right?
Landing
Yeah.
staging view.
Top to bottom. Top to bottom is, let's say if we have multiple validation rules, you know. So, like example, I think I talked about it. We are 1, we are 2, we are 3, and so on. Right? We are 4. In this case, order will be from top to bottom, which means first we are 1 will be evaluated, then followed by we are 2, then we are 3, then we are 4. This is an execution sequence of validation rules. Clear, right? Yes or no? Now, similarly, if you go to the real time, what is the order of sequence here? Or order of evaluation of this validation rules? Opposite, which means we are 4, we are 3, we are 2, we are 1. So, highest downgraded trust tool will be evaluated first, then followed by distant ones. Yeah. So now let me go back to that presentation. Yeah. Yeah. So sequence multiple validations are configured for a column. Only one validation rule. The rule with the greatest downgrade percentage is applied to the column. I think someone asked a question about cumulative calculation of this downgrade percentage, right? Yes or no? I think I said only one, right? Can you see the line here? The rule with the highest downgrade percentage is applied. Remember that, yeah? So you can see that, right? Yes or no? I think I've said it earlier also. So yeah, so navigation part, I think we'll do it practically. Yeah, we'll do it. So we got multiple tool type support in this MDM. So we'll try to do it practical directly. Fine. So let's get into the tool. So first thing, what is the first thing we need to do, guys, to define validation rules?
So, Ansima, I have one question regarding the load. There is a checkbox called force update, right? So if we click that checkbox, then if there is no update in the staging table, then also we see that there are 2 records which has been updated in the loads.
Yeah. So you always ask different kind of questions, huh? Yeah. So remember, yeah. So I think there are 3 things. You're trying to violate the what you call deviate the topic. That's okay, fine. So that's good, no? Because people are awake. Yeah. Yeah, one way is good. So yeah, let me answer a question. Remember, there are 3 options we need to think. I think I talked about that also. So one, default, which is how the load would take place, right? So second, with a cell update, and third, with a force update. 3 options, right? So let me answer the question, force update. The default case, what happens? Default case, what happens? When you try to load the data, so it is going to load the data based on what, if the LUD gets changed, yes or no? Yeah, then data would get updated, yes or no? So let us say, so let us say our newly arrived data has got old date than earlier processed data. In that case, would it get reflected? Answer is no, because already data is in the existing data. That's a default behavior. That part is good. Now, if you enable force update, let's take that. So in that case, what happens? It doesn't care. So whatever is the latest, right? So it is going to overwrite with the existing one. So existing could be a latest or a old. It doesn't look at it. Blindly, it is going to overwrite. Yeah. Right.
Got it.
That's it. Right. So cell update, I think I talked about it. Right. Now let us try to talk about. It's good that you asked that question. So now I think I was talking somewhere, right? So let us go with what validation rules, right? So let us try to start with the first step. What is the first step, guys, to define validation rules?
enable the validation option on the columns.
Yeah. Turvaj, you are very good, madam. So now let us, where do you need to do that? Let's go to this one, right? Yeah. Validate checkbox. Yeah. So please enable that. Yeah. And save it all. Yeah. So this is the first thing. Yeah. What is the next thing? What is the next step? So we need, like last time we did know, to configure trust, we got into what? Trust for appropriate base object, we configured. Same thing here also. Yeah.
Validation
So
rule setup.
Sorry?
So we need to go to validation rule setup.
Exactly. So this is where we need to go. Fantastic. So if you don't enable, it will be what? Empty, right? In the sense, it lasts for enable, right? I think that message you would have seen it, because for new people, I think we need to show that. For experienced, it's okay. For new people, right? This is how, because some are new, right? So can you see, guys, there are no validation columns defined if you don't enable. Yeah. So there must be at least one validation column before validation rules can be defined. So that we can do it by enabling at least one. Yeah. So we're just following like whatever that message says. Yeah. Yeah. Now let's go to validation rule setup. Yeah. Now right click on middle pane and select add validation rule. Yeah. Yeah, now if you look at this different rule types, right? You can see existence, domain, reference, integrated pattern, whatever, right? You got multiple rule types. In case if you are not what do you call satisfied with this pre-built rule types, there's one more which is not listed here, which is a range check. Oh, that is for numeric type because a string type, right? That's why we don't have it. So that's okay. So if you're not satisfied with these 5 pre-built rule types, right? One is not there anyway. Then we can go with what? Custom, where we can build any complex or simple condition based on which we can perform downgrade. Yeah? Let us start with the existence check. Or we can also say that this is going to be the null check or not null check. Yeah. Yeah. So now downgrade percentage. Can you see here, guys? So downgrade percentage is how much? Let's say we are starting with 80. Right? Or let us say we'll start with a low to high. So which is, let's say 30. Yeah. Reserve minimum trust, I'll talk about it. So now, so which column we enabled as what validation column, guys? C2, right? Yes, sir. We can take C2. If it is a null, then so it will go for 30% of downgrade. Clear now? That's it. So please configure this. Yeah. And then say, okay. That's it. So this is how null check or existence check rule type can be taken care of. Even after configuration, right? Any change that need to be done from existing configuration, we can select that particular validation rule. Then change either downgrade or enabling reserve minimum trust, or so we can also take care of this validation rule change, right? So that's it. I hope this first Rule is clear, right? Yes or no? Yeah. Okay. Now right click and add second validation rule, guys. All. Yeah. Yeah. Click on add validation rule and select second one, which is a domain check. Domain means we are going to check the list of values. Yeah. And if let us say if the input data not within the list, then we can go for what appropriate downgrade. Yeah. So we can just define here with what domain rule. Yeah. And then downgrade percentage, let's say 40. Then we can specify the values. Let's say C2 is not in what, let us say, either AP, and click on add domain value, guys. So let us say MH. Yeah. In case if we get input data which is not from either AP or MH, right? Then the downgrade would take place. Yeah. So please try to configure this. Yeah. Here, guys, to everyone, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. And then say, okay. That's it. So we define what? Second rule. So yeah, I think with this we'll stop for the day. So we'll have question answers because we spend around 5 days, right? At least 5-10 minutes we need to have question answers. You can ask questions, any kind of question, or else if you don't ask questions, right? I'll try to ask questions. Yeah. Fine. Is that okay to all of you, Umang and all? Because we need to make sure that we're all on the same page. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So yes, guys. So it's your turn to ask questions. Any kind of question. Yeah.
Yeah. So Narasimha, one question.
We covered so that others also newcomers, right? They'll also understand. Yeah. Yes, please. Yes, Rajneesh.
Yeah, so I was wondering, like right now we only set up this trust score and everything for CRM source, right? So we have to do it for other sources also, right? Then how would we compare them?
Yeah, so here, so we got, we have also configured admin, right? With admin, we can compare. That is there always. But yes, to be precise, what you said is right. So we can add other source systems like DMP, legacy, whatever. So in that way, we can compare, Rajneesh. But if you don't have it, also we got admin to compare. Yeah.
Okay, but admin, how do we know the what data is in there in admin?
Yeah, so we data we don't care. We just care about what you call on the trust values, right? Yes, sir. For example, if admin has modified some data, right? So that will become a sys0, which is an admin source system, right? Any modification that we do. Yeah. For others, no comparison. Rajneesh?
Okay.
Yeah. So reality, yes, you are right. So we need to add one more source system for trust. Yeah, at least. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, good question.
Yeah, Rasima, I have few questions. One is in the stage table, we have option of cell update. What is this for? There is a checkbox, right?
When we have... I think we talked about it. Yeah. Can anyone talk about it? So now we need to interact by ourselves, not only me answering a question, because we talked about that. Even today also I talked about that. Cell update. So let us say, yeah, let me talk about that. Yeah. Let us say some change happened. Cell means column. Sika. Now this change will be compared against with what? Cross-ref table. Yes or no? Then, so once it compares, right? If the change happens, right? Then it will be updated in a base object table, right? Similarly, same process will be repeated for other columns. First point. And second point is what? If any cell change did not happen, yeah, in that case, do we perform update? Though we compare the XREF, right? Do we do that? Answer is no. That's the only one benefit we get it with what? Enabling cell update. So by default, what happens? It updates though we have got similar values. Second.
Okay. And one more question regarding the cleanse function of yesterday's class. So if there is cleanse function is configured into any mappings and there is a use case, I don't need that cleanse function. So and I need to delete that cleanse function. So should I delete first the cleanse function or first delink from the mapping?
So delete from the mapping, huh?
Okay, so first I have to delete from the mapping and then I can go to delete from the cleanse function, right?
So yeah, instead of that, just delink it in a mapping. So which means you have cleanse function, but you'll also have it in the mapping. In future, if you want it, you can just link it, or else it will not harm anything.
Okay. Why am I asking this question? Because in E360, if we delete the or change some property from the cleanse function in provisioning tool itself, it is corrupt the schema or corrupt the XML.
Yes,
so yeah.
So yeah, I got
why is
just delink it.
So delink is required first, right?
Yeah, delink, just delink it. Then it will not impact anything anyway. But later on, right, in case if needed, right, they can just link it so that we don't lose that functionality. Zika.
Okay. One last question.
The future perspective I'm talking about.
Yeah.
In case if you're 100% sure about it, then you can just delete it from the mapping. But that may not be accurate in reality. Zika.
Yeah, exactly. One last question. In CL function, we can see there is condition also. Like we can use a case, like if else type
Yes,
case.
I did talk about it. Yes, we can have a condition. So within that, we can nested conditions also. We can have it. With like we can have case blocks. Yeah. Let's for example.
So can we give? Can we discuss tomorrow for a smaller case?
Yeah, I'll talk about one example. Yeah. That's very simple. Like a switch cases, right? Like case India, case US, case Germany. For each country, you will have one flow. For example, the kind of zip code that we use, or the kind of representative zip code in US is different from India, right? We follow 6 digit, they follow 9 digit. Yes, sir. So based on their input data, right, we can have corresponding what do you call mapping or logic. So in such cases, we can go with what having a condition with n number of case blocks. Right, that's one example again. Yeah.
Yeah. So as for use case, I have used little big conditions there, and it is just doing the performance with quite low. Is it impacted the performance when we are using the cases there?
Definitely. Remember, see, first impact is what you're trying to make a call function within another function. So there is going to be jump instruction will take place in reality in operating system, right? That's the first overhead. And second, so once we reach into this particular condition block, it has to first check which case block is going to get satisfied. Check is an extra thing here. Then Execution part is same, even if we call directly within a mapping or within one of the case block, that part is fine. And third issue is what? In case if you have not used any threads or breaks, then there is a fall through that would take place for all the case blocks, which will add another overhead. These are the overheads if you go with what? Having conditional blocks.
Okay, so if there is a use case, then what you can prefer to, like, what we can prefer to do in the cleanse function? So
write a SQL code.
SQL code, like package or queries
That is
kind
optimal.
of it?
No. In the front end also we can write it. So probably I didn't talk about it. So we can also write it, or you can also write a code, Java code. That I think we discussed.
Yeah. So we can discuss tomorrow if time there. So condition thing and the one
Like Java
readDB
code part we discussed,
function.
Right?
Yeah, Java part is done, but readDB is the cleanse function, right? One disclosure function, readDB, and the condition. Yeah. Okay, sure. Thank you.
Fine.
Just an addition to that, if we have IDQ, do we really want to do it?
No. Straight answer is no.
Exactly. That's what I thought.
Yeah, but sometimes
If
it
you are
happens
using
that
IDQ,
we
then
don't
these
use
questions are
IDQ.
not of value.
Yeah. Because IDQ has another overhead.
We have to ask question within MDM. Can we do it?
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, fine. So yes, I think someone asked some question. Vishal, you have some question?
No,
okay.
no.
No, sir. I have one question, Sandeep here.
Yeah.
Okay, suppose we are getting data from two different sources for match and merge. So the trust enabled columns will decide to get the data with highest, what do you say?
Trust. Yeah.
Highest trust. Yeah. Then how about the other columns which are not trust enabled? How will
I
they
already answered that. Most recent, Sandeep.
Okay.
Yeah, whichever has got most recent dated data, right? That will be served, Sandeep. Yeah, for non-trust columns. Yeah, fine. This is a good one. Yeah, because that's the reality it's required to build a solution, right? Yeah.